Hello there, everybody. This is General Snivy, and welcome back to more of the Persona 5 Royal playthrough. Last time, we defeated Dr. Maruki, restored the original reality, and finished the main freaking story after 43 freaking sessions. So, we're pretty much done with the game. However, there are still some things I have left to show off in this playthrough. And we're hopefully going to be covering absolutely everything I possibly can in today's session. So, in said session, my plan is to fight and defeat the twins, aka Justine and Caroline, fight Lavenza, defeat her, and if everything goes as planned, I'll be able to show off the Thieves Den. Alongside that, all the remaining endings that I have access to. And once all that is finally done, we can finally bring this playthrough to a close after 44 sessions. But it really depends on how cooperative the twins and Lavenza are going to be, because let me tell you folks, Jesus flippin' H crisps, this is an absolute freaking pain in the ass. And I should have done this before I even got started in today's session, because I'm a freaking doofus. I meant to bring up the Persona wiki, so this won't take too long. Anyway, the reason why I'm bringing it up because I need to look up some information about the... Oops. I forget it. I'll look it up in a little bit, after we fight and defeat the twins. So if you're wondering if I am going to be using Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro, yes I am. I am most definitely am. Mainly due to the fact that, yeah, he kind of is a bit like easy mode, but not 100% necessarily. Yeah, he does make the fights easier, but not by much when it comes to Justine and Caroline and Lavenza specifically. So one thing worth mentioning here is, yeah, this is still on Merciless difficulty, so just to prove I'm not going insane and just lying to you all, here it is. The difficulty is set to Merciless. Hello, Botch, welcome to the stream, and it's going fine. How about you? So like I was saying, the game difficulty is on Merciless, and here's my current setup for my party for this particular save file. And this save file is for the twins. Essentially, everyone has all of their best items, and everyone is equipped with SP Adhesive 3. So, nothing really too extravagant or crazy here, but everyone is at level 99. This particular save file takes place just after I finished Shido's Palace, and afterwards I grinded everyone to level 99, so my party lineup, of course, is Joker, Banjo, then we have Ryuji, we also have Yusuke and Makoto. Here's our current lineup and our current setup for this file. Pretty much everyone has their second awakening, which is fantastic. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Not sure if that was a little too fast, but yeah, thank you, Botch. I appreciate it. Alright, I think I've gone over pretty much everything. Now it's time to fight the Wonder Twins. This is going to be fantastic.
Huh. You're back. I presume you have grown stronger since your last attempt. Okay, let's do this.
Let's do it.
That's the spirit. We will cordon off a portion of this area for the examination. That will limit potential interference. Now then, do not disappoint us.
I'll do my best. Here we go.
Huh. Good on you for not giving up. However, do not expect us to go easy on you. This examination is meant to draw out your full strength after all. You heard her. Let's do this. Huh?
Let's go.
Who are these kids?
All right.
Aw, those little costumes look perfect. They're so cute.
Persona!
Wait, what? Oh, for real? These power levels. Watch out! Those two are monsters.
By the way, what Futaba is saying is absolutely true. Justine and Caroline are not to be trifled with. They may look cute and innocent and just overall kind of weak, but trust me when I say they're anything but. You know what they say, looks can be absolutely deceiving in the worst ways possible. So, when it comes to fighting Justine and Caroline, their battle works like this. The twins are divided into multiple phases. Phase 1, you must deal enough damage to... Okay, what I'm trying to say... Blah, blah, blah. Let me explain this again. This should not be too difficult to explain. But, the battle works like this. You must drain the twins' HP down to 75% or less in order to complete the first phase. And you must do so within 6 turns. Afterwards, Phase 2 begins. Once Phase 2 begins, then you must drain it to 50% within the same turn limit, and so on and so forth, until you reach 25%, in which case, there's no longer a turn limit. But Justine and Caroline can still completely wreck your face in if you're not too careful. One more thing worth mentioning is, just like Joker, they can wield multiple personas. So, what this means is, throughout their attacking phase and the different turns, they will rotate between 3 separate personas depending on the phase. So you have to stay on your toes at all times throughout the course of the battle. If you're able to knock down Justine and Caroline, that's even better. One thing to keep in mind, though, is if Justine and Caroline knock down all 4 party members, the battle instantly ends, regardless of the phase. And if you run out of turns to deal enough damage to Justine and Caroline, oh sweet merciful Moses, your ass is grass. They will completely wreck you and end the battle immediately. Depending on how long you have the fight go on for and how many turns you survive, they will give you a reward depending on how far you went into the battle. So, that's something worth mentioning. One more thing worth mentioning too is when it comes to both Justine and Caroline, you must defeat both of them within the same attacking round. So, Joker and the rest of your party must deal enough damage to both Justine and Caroline in order to fully defeat them. If you don't, then either Justine or Caroline will revive the other twin, and revive them back up to 50% HP. So, yeah, try to end this battle as quickly as you can. Okay. So far, it seems like the twins are going super smoothly, but trust me, the fight is only just beginning. So don't let your guard down at any given moment. Honestly, when it comes to fighting the twins, I feel as though you really should use every advantage you possibly can get. It is possible to defeat the twins without Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro, it's just a lot harder. But, regardless of how you go about it, the end result is definitely worth it. Funny enough, in the original Persona 5, you'll get a super powerful OP item after you defeat the twins. Also, screw you, dude. Really? Oh, that is so lame. Well, that was kind of unfortunate how how both Justine and Caroline fully restored themselves. Talk about an annoyance, am I right? One more thing worth mentioning too is that both Justine and Caroline have super high defenses. So no matter what you throw at them, you're going to be dealing very minuscule damage, unless you're dealing weakness damage, in which case, then maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to do some serious damage. Oof. Well, that's not too good. Thanks, Futaba. Speaking of which, I completely forgot about showing off my current confidant levels. I had to think of the word for a minute. Oh well. It's not like it really matters anyway. Everyone is almost maxed out when it comes to their confidant levels anyway, and a couple people are. Anywho, if you're wondering why I went with this party in particular, it's because both Ryuji and Yusuke are very heavy hitters. And I figured that they would be the best party members to use in this fight. And they have gotten me good results.
How do you feel? Are you ready to surrender? Not that we'd let you. The purpose of this examination is to ascertain your true power. We will continue until you fall.
I wonder if that means we automatically skip to the final phase. Oh shit, that's gonna suck. Well, damn, that's bad. Okay. We can still recover from this. I definitely agree. However, when it comes to using showtimes, I would not recommend that you do that. Seriously. Using showtime attacks is not a good idea. Unless you feel it is absolutely necessary. But really, realistically, you shouldn't use them at all. Unless you feel confident enough that it will deal enough damage to finish the fight. Just keep in mind, though, that using a showtime attack does use up your turn, which can be better used elsewhere. So keep that in mind. Also, try not to take too long when it comes to fully healing and revitalizing your party. Especially during fights like this. One more thing worth mentioning, yeah, they can do that. The twins do execute baton passes, and when they do, oh sweet merciful Jesus, it's absolute pain. God damn it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone is, no. I think what I'm trying to say is... You know what, screw it. Showtime! That didn't deal as much damage as I would have liked to have seen. Oh well. It is what it is. One more thing worth mentioning here is if you do happen to fall in battle, any items you use does not get refunded to you. So if you lose, it's best to reload your previous save. Just saying. If you don't, then yeah, you're gonna be in a load of trouble. Just saying. Sit. Severe physical damage. Let's just go with this. Not too bad. Could have most certainly been worse, for sure. Oh, another thing worth mentioning here is SP management is super important. If you're running low on SP, then using items is not a bad idea. It really depends on what items you use and when. One more thing worth mentioning here, too, is be careful when it comes to technical damage. That is very, very much a thing, And on Merciless, that means almost an instant game over. So keep that in mind. Okay. That'll work. This may look easy, but trust me, it is anything but easy. And at this point, I feel as though I have skipped to the final phase of the fight. Thanks solely to Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro. He's just that freaking strong. Keep in mind, I also have it maxed out with several super powerful abilities along with the, Okay. What to do here? You know what? Concentrate. We'll skip Ryuji's turn and we'll try to get him out of this icy situation. One more thing worth mentioning too is recovery items are your best friend in both this battle as well as the fight against Lavenza. Just keep in mind that time is not on your side throughout the majority of the fight. So yeah, that's something worth mentioning right there.
How's it going, Justine? Are you getting into this? Yes, that was quite the warm-up. I may actually be able to enjoy this beyond the scope of our examination. Justine never gets into this kind of stuff. Don't let us down, inmate.
I'll do my best.
Huh?
Oh, thank God. If she would have went down, I would have been super sad.
Nice, Joker. Just at the last second.
Alright. Time to get wrecked. Almost done. Just got a little bit more to go.
This is my other self.
Okay. God damn it. Probably should have healed right there, in hindsight. But I think we'll be okay so long as everyone stays on their feet just a little bit longer. There we go. That's the twins. That sure took a while, but again, Izanagi OP. Well worth the money. Just saying.
We lost to a human? I can't believe this actually happened to us. It's a little strange. Even though I should feel humiliated, I feel refreshed. Like I finally was able to leave something behind. Our sisters are gonna get mad at us. It turns out even the rulers of power can't measure everything. Sisters? Rulers of power? Caroline? What did you just... Did I say something weird?
I think that's technically a reference to the older Persona games like Persona 4 and Persona 3. I could be wrong, but I think that's what it is. So, that's pretty interesting, if I do say so myself.
Inmate, it seems the time has come for us to fulfill our promise. I will now tell you our embarrassing secret. What? We still have to do that? To be perfectly honest, from time to time, a strange feeling of unease falls over us. It is almost as though we are not ourselves, or that our true selves are in a place far, far away. Huh? We are meant to be leading inmates through rehabilitation, yet we have doubts about our own validity. Could there be anything more humorous than that? Oh, so that's what you meant. Are you not ashamed, Caroline? What did you think I was going to talk about? Perhaps the time you nearly wept from fear when you first witnessed a persona fusion? What? Or about those intimidating poses you had practiced that you're too embarrassed to use on the inmate? Stop! My heart can't take this! After I lost to you, albeit for a brief moment, I saw something. It was then that I knew for certain, just as you have your goal of rehabilitation, we too have an objective we must achieve. Well, we're supposed to act as wardens for our master, right? Then how do you explain this? It is completely unrelated to that task. Well, inmate, I will now disclose the results of our examination. If I had to describe your current state, I would say you are he who will save the souls of humanity. To commemorate your victory, I entrust this bookmark to you.
Thank you.
I require no thanks. After all, I am the one forcing my own issues upon you.
Thank you. I'll take it happily.
If you continue to hold ties with us, we will surely arrive at the truth. That is how I feel. I stay quiet and you just gotta go saddling him with more work. Well, I won't tell our master about this. It'll just be one of our secrets. Wait, speaking of secrets, you only told him mine! This isn't fair. You would like one from me?
Sure.
Recently, whenever the inmate takes prolonged absences from our chamber, I miss him.
Really?
According to human standards, directly conveying this emotion may be somewhat uncomfortable, but that is how I feel. Caroline is probably the same way. I simply wanted you to know. Oh, you understand this is a secret to be kept between us, yes?
Sure. I can't choose between you.
Choose? I mean, if you did, the other would feel bad. How should I say this? I would not resist you choosing the both of us. Is that strange? Okay, that's enough of that. Yes, any further discussion may interfere with our work. Things are gonna go back to how they were before. This special inspection was a one-time deal, though I think we might feel a little differently when we're watching over you from now on. That means we're gonna be stricter than ever. You got that, inmate?
Very well. Thank you, ladies.
That's right.
Oh yeah, we gotta give you some compensation for your fight on top of that bookmark from earlier. There's no need to be modest. It was definitely a solid battle. Take it. It's your reward for the special inspection. And upon winning against the twins, we'll get 20 bombs of life, 5 bead chains, 3 somas, 10 soul foods, the victory cup accessory, and that's it. If you're playing the original Persona 5, you would also receive a very powerful accessory. I think it's called the Omnipotent something. Omnipotent Jewel? Well, in Persona 5 Royal, that is moved over to Lavenza. So in other words, we need to defeat her in order to get that particular item. Now then, I'll leave the rest to Justine. And don't forget, your rehabilitation isn't over yet. Even though it already is. One more thing, don't tell Master about what happened here. You absolutely can't tell him, you got that? Honestly, I do not feel particularly guilty about keeping this a secret. Okay, inmate. We're gonna be watching you closer than ever now. You better remember that. Alright. Well, that's one fight down. Now we just got another to take care of. So, time to load up the next save. Now then, here's my current party setup and everything else in between for the Lavenza fight. For this particular battle, I have, of course, all the best weapons and accessories. I also gave Joker the Ring of Greed, just so that way he can have... Just so that way he can use Concentrate, even without Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro, which, yeah, that is what he's using for his primary persona. This is also my current lineup for this particular file. As you can see, most of my personas are maxed out as far as stats and levels are concerned, except for something like Satan. But when it comes to Centennial, he does not have the same abilities as my primary save file, which, again, to reiterate, I was not so lucky of getting Almighty Amp. So that kind of sucked, but it is what it is. The luck of the draw sometimes is super, super mean. I also leveled up Yoshizune, so that way I can get its best stats, or its best abilities, and also some super powerful resistances and drainage and things like that. I also have a few other personas set up as backup just in case I can't really do much with Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro. Just in case, you never know. So as far as my party lineup for this file, I failed to realize that I have not fully restored my SP in this file. Whoops! Well then. Okay. That was definitely a blunder, but hey. At least we're fully restored now. Coolio. So like I was saying, our party lineup for this file is, of course, Joker. We have Makoto, who is the primary healer. Here are her abilities. We have Tyrant's Will, which I think is from another accessory, which will double the physical damage for the next person in line. Okay, so now I really need to look up the Shin Megami Tensei wiki. This will hopefully not take too long to do. Here we go. Justine and Caroline. The reason why I'm looking them up is so I can pull up the strategies for the Lavenza boss fight. Which, on the wiki, it does display that information. And it also is on the same page as Justine and Caroline. So I figure I'd throw that out there. To be honest, when it comes to pulling up any information, I always look at the Shin Megami Tensei wiki. The reason why I look there is because the information there is usually 100% accurate. There might be some discrepancies here and there, but for the most part, it's really not that bad. Where is the boss fight? As we got information about... Okay, so it's under strategy. Go. Alright, here we go. Finally got the information pulled up for what I need. I apologize that it took so long, but when I forget these things sometimes, it is a bit of a blunder. So, my mistake for wasting everyone's time. So again, when it comes to accessories, Haru has the same accessory as Makoto. And as far as who else I brought with me into this battle, or who I'm bringing with me, it is Samiri. Mainly due to her crits, and just how powerful her crits are. Not just that, but also because she has Brave Step, which is absolutely essential. I also gave her the accessory that nullifies Bless and Curse weaknesses, so in other words, her weaknesses are completely nullified, which is excellent. Just saying, Lavenza will target weaknesses more than the twins ever will, so keep that in mind. So again, just to go over everyone's current equipment setup. And by the way, I experimented a ton when it comes to the accessories and just everything in between. For the most part, everyone is using the Ring of Pride, with the exception of Samiri and, of course, the protagonist, which, of course, he's using the Ring of Greed. Now then, let's go ahead and talk to Lavenza and get this party started. Because, sweet merciful Jesus, this is gonna be an absolute frickin' nightmare. Oh, and before I forget, here's all my confidant levels. Everyone is maxed out on this file. So, there you go.
I have been waiting.
Please, allow me to experience for myself the results of your true rehabilitation. Are you prepared now? I'm good to go.
Before we begin, there's something I wish to discuss with you. As we stand before each other like this, I realize that I'm feeling a bit unusual. I suppose one would call it nervous. Is it possible you feel the same?
To be honest, yeah, that's right.
So, even someone such as yourself gets nervous at times. As one who rules over power, I am truly delighted with your indulging me in combat. Please, share with me everything you've experienced on the path you have taken up to this point. Of course, this path could not have been forged without the assistance of your comrades. Thus, they are permitted to assist you in this challenge as well. That will permit me to fully display my own strength. And now, here I come.
Oh boy, here we go. Let's do this! Time for the hardest boss fight in the entire game. Lavenza.
So this is Lavenza. Don't be tricked by how she looks. Her power is enormous. Your only chance is to give her everything you've got.
And Futaba is 110% right on that.
Please come at me with every last bit of your strength. And now, let's begin. This calls for...
Okay, here we go. So, when it comes to fighting Lavenza, this is another trial and a battle of attrition. So in other words, you're racing against the clock. This fight is essentially the twins multiplied by 10, if I can even describe it like that. So for phase 1 of the fight, just like with the twins, there are 4 phases total. Phase 1, you must deal 5,000 damage or more, and do so within 9 turns. If you don't do this in time, then unfortunately you instantly lose. So, this is gonna be so bad if you happen to get completely screwed over. Okay. So one thing I would recommend is raise your stats as much as humanly possible and try to decrease your Lavenza's stats so that way you can still deal a large amount of damage as soon as the battle begins. So just like with the twins, Lavenza 2 has super high defenses. So even with a fully maxed out persona, you're only going to be dealing a couple hundred damage at most. And that's with concentrate as well. So keep that in mind. Okay, do I have any ultimate sprays here?
What's my next move?
No. Oof, well, that's not too good. By the way, as far as weaknesses are concerned,
Don't do anything.
just like with the twins, their weaknesses change based on the personas they have out. So you're going to have to keep your guard up at all times. You never know what kind of weaknesses Lavenza has.
Change.
Oh dear.
Persona.
This is going to be bad. One more thing worth mentioning too is... Yeah, just oof. Like a badoof.
All right.
But not quite that bad.
Your accuracy's down from your dizzy spell.
Let's go.
I appreciate it. Much obliged. We're burning. We gotta
Okay, this is probably gonna result in a failure just because I wasn't 100% fast enough in this fight. Not on this attempt. There's always the next one.
Most exciting.
Just like with the twins, if you happen to fail, it's best to reload your save game. Just saying.
This is my soul.
Just so that way you can get back all of your items and everything else in between.
Persona.
Lavenza also has a tendency to erase any and all status buffs and elements and things of that nature.
All will be revealed.
So if her stats have decreased, then more than likely she is going to nullify those stat decreases.
Return the favor.
And if you have any buffs yourself, she will nullify them at the start of the fight. Hell, even if you do so throughout the course of this battle, she'll nullify it. So keep that in mind.
Let's finish this.
Damn.
Change.
Well, that was unfortunate.
This.
So one thing I would recommend when it comes to your persona setups,
My.
I would recommend having personas that specialize in reflecting magic spells.
By the
Just saying. Also, having something like a... not quite that...
Ready, Joker.
Shoot. What is the name of that freaking item that raises or acts like concentrate? Now I can't remember the name of it. Dang it! Let's see. No. Okay. Magic up over. I think the item I'm thinking of is a Starlight Carrot. That's it, Starlight Carrot. It appears I don't have any for this file. That's peculiar.
This calls for.
Oh boy, this is gonna be bad. Oh, thank God.
Persona.
Alright, Lavenza, what do you got for us?
So you can
Doesn't
endure it.
have much help left. I know something that'll protect you.
Ooh, thank you, Futaba. You the best. Around. Maybe I should give Precedence Insight or whatever. Yeah, I should give this particular item to someone else. That would probably be a better idea overall.
all will be revealed.
Whatever. We'll remember that for the next attempt.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Okay, should I use one of those SP restoring items now or wait?
Prepare yourself.
I'm gonna wait. We're gonna wait and see what happens at the end of this turn.
Huh?
We'll definitely see how things play out.
Persona. Victory is ours.
Change.
Oh dear.
How's this?
God damn it! I really did not want the final guard to activate this early in the fight. Oh well.
She's dizzy. She can barely
It is what it is.
stage.
Just gonna have to deal with it.
Persona. Let's go. Persona.
Okay. You know what? Let's use a Soma. I know it seems kind of wasteful, but keep in mind this save file is made specifically for this fight. So any items I use here really is not a big deal. It honestly isn't. Damn it.
Here I come.
So I guess one nice thing about lowering Lavenza's stats also... Ow. Well, yeah, this fight is pretty much over. If any of your party members die, you're pretty much lost. Why? Because of the whole race against the clock thing being an absolute pain in the ass. I will say this right now, if someone dies... Okay, I'm repeating myself, but you get the idea. If anyone dies, you're pretty much done. Especially if it's someone super important.
Shall we?
Damn, this is annoying.
Let's finish this.
Can we please proceed to the next phase?
I'm rather confident that you haven't shown the true extent of your power here. It's time to draw the curtain.
So in other words, we lost. God damn it.
We barely started.
We barely started.
Blow will be dealt by us.
God damn it.
Keep trying.
God, that sucks.
It seems you're currently unable to display the true depths of your skill. This should not be the extent of a trickster's power. I await your next attempt to duel me with the hopes of improved results.
That was really damn unfortunate. Well, time to reload the game and try again. To be honest, when it comes to fighting Lavenza, this has taken me multiple attempts. At least during my first time through. Alright, we're gonna change accessories around. So, as far as what I'm gonna give Joker... Oh, by the way, if you want to know what Divine Pillar, or where you can get a Divine Pillar from, you can get this item as a rare drop from defeating the Reaper. Take the blow, but decreases damage by half. Pretty nice accessory, but... comes with a pretty big caveat. You know what? I'm gonna give him the Crystal Skull R. As far as what other accessories I could possibly give him. Excuse me? To be honest, I don't really have much of anything, other than just the other accessories that... Damn. Alright, that'll work. I think I'm gonna keep this on Makoto as far as Haru is concerned. Actually, no, I kind of need the... Alright, Ring of Greed it is. Don't be afraid to experiment when it comes to fighting Lavenza, because trust me, you're going to be doing a lot of experimentation. As fighting her is an absolute pain in the goddamn ass.
I have been waiting.
Alright, let's try again. On to the next round. Thank God we can fast forward through cutscenes at the very least. I wish I could skip them outright. There are some of which I can skip, but not really.
This is Lavenza. Don't be tricked by how she looks. Her power is enormous.
This is the whole reason why I'm not 100% sure if this is going to be one session, or if this will be the final session, or if the next one's going to be. As mentioned previously, it purely depends on how Lavenza goes. If I'm able to defeat her within a timely fashion, which it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, then we'll likely have to fight her and defeat her in the next session.
This should do. I'll use this. Persona! This is my soul.
Hey, this is fine.
Change. You changed her persona. And her affinity changed too?
Here I come.
Hey, that's not too bad. Could have been far worse.
All will be revealed.
Persona! Okay.
So one thing worth mentioning right now is if you have the chance to baton pass, definitely do it with Joker. So in other words, baton pass to Joker is what I'm trying to say. If you don't, oh dear, you're going to be in a world of hurt. And it's not fun. I'll say that much right now.
How about this?
Also, it doesn't hurt to raise your party's crit chance.
Change.
You never know, you might get lucky with a crit. But I think during Phase 1, you can't crit Lavenza. That's not for a future phase. Also, ow. Ouchie ouch.
Persona.
Oh boy. Come on! Again with this? It hasn't even been 2 freaking turns yet! God damn it!
That'll protect you.
Again, I was really hoping to have been able to hold on to Final Guard until I needed it most. Like towards the end of the fight? But no, of course not.
By the myriad truths.
Never be that easy, huh?
My persona.
Hey.
This should help.
If you have any ultimate sprays, definitely try to throw them on Lavenza as much as humanly possible. Just so that way you can waste one of her attacking turns just to have her stats nullified. In other words, make it so her stats return to normal.
This calls for.
Might as well try to reduce the amount of damage you receive as much as humanly possible. Essentially, when it comes to Lavenza, you're playing 4D chess at all times. As far as what that is, I don't have a clue. Thanks, Futaba. Having decreased attack is honestly not that bad.
All will be revealed.
Although I would have preferred decreased defense, but I digress.
Persona.
Once we get to Phase 2 is going to be real fun. And when I say fun, I mean fun.
Persona. Mystify them, Lucy.
Ah, that was stupid. But figure I might as well have Samiri do something.
Persona.
Really not a big fan of this whole confusion thing.
So you can endure it.
Much help left.
It's time. By the myriad truths.
Okay, I think we'll be fine.
This may hurt.
Well, it could have been worse. That's for sure. Having Makoto get confused there was not too good. Alright, let's try something else. Where Can I...
Can we attack?
What item? Magic up. Aha, here we go.
I'll use this. Persona, she needs help. How about this?
Okay, this is fine.
I'm very grateful. This calls for.
I guess Samiri makes a good backup healer if anything else. Like if worse comes to worse.
Oh,
Come on, again with the status ailments, man. So lame. But it is what it is. He's gonna have to roll with the punches and pray to God that Makoto doesn't get inflicted with anything. Otherwise, we're gonna be in some really deep shit. I will say this as well, concentrate is an absolutely essential skill. If you don't have this skill, you do not stand a chance in this fight. With Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro or not, it does not matter. I am just saying this right now as an absolute fact.
allow me.
Okay.
Let's dance. Dance, Persona. How about this?
Yeah, I'm gonna heal Haru.
Much obliged. Your aptitude for determining your opponent's affinity is quite impressive. I too am beginning to warm up. However, the next phase won't be nearly as simple. This calls for
Oh boy, here we go. Phase 2. This is where things really start to get fun. So in Phase 2, just like with the first phase, you must deal 5,000 points of damage or more within 9 turns. But, alongside that stipulation, you must also deal technical damage every turn. So, in other words, you need to inflict some sort of status ailment, and then immediately execute some sort of move that will inflict said status ailment.
Don't rush it.
So if you have something that inflicts a status ailment or has a high chance of doing so, definitely use it. High chance of inflicting brainwash.
This one.
I'll use my
Okay.
persona.
Let's see. Where can I... Do I have anything that deals psychic? Here we go.
Time to use this. What? That's our
So there we go. We got some psi damage in.
Persona, by the myriad truths.
What? At this rate.
Okay.
How's this? What?
Okay. I will say this. The first phase, I feel as though is one of the harder phases in the entire battle. But it doesn't mean that you can let your guard down at any given point. Trust me. That's far from over. The fight has only just begun. One more thing worth mentioning too, and this is super important, is not only do you have to inflict technical damage on Lavenza, you have to do so every single attacking round. So, in other words, the entire party has to inflict a status ailment of some kind onto Lavenza. Once you do, then, and only then, will you be able to... Damn it, I lost my train of thought. But you should get what I'm saying. If you don't inflict any sort of status ailment on Lavenza to deal technical damage, the fight instantly ends, regardless of how many turns pass. And you have to do this...
Can I use this?
You have to do this until the next phase, in which case Phase 3 is when things start to get even more interesting.
Persona.
One more thing worth mentioning too is Lavenza will recover from her status ailment every turn. Really don't like the fact that Samiri got killed right there. This is why I have some other personas here, for Joker at the very least.
Maria.
So I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
Ah, son of a bitch. Alright. Gonna have to use an item now. What can I use to inflict something like shock? Because shock inflicts some the technical for shock is... Okay, this'll work.
That's right.
I'm dead.
This should help.
It's too late. It's over.
It seems you still lack technique.
I lost the run to RNG, dude. God damn it.
You barely started.
Ugh, fuck me a new ass. Seriously, fuck Lavenza. I wonder if it's faster just to reload the goddamn game. And funny enough, phase 1 is one of the harder phases. Just really, really goddamn dumb that we just got screwed over exponentially like that. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna give Haru the Ring of Greed for this fight. For this attempt. Because I feel like Concentrate is far more important. But that's just me.
I have been waiting.
And I know I probably should have saved right there after equipping the Ring of Greed for Haru as well. But the reason why I didn't is just because. Not because I'm a dummy,
Don't be tricked by
even
how
though I
she
feel
looks.
like I am.
Her power is enormous.
Especially in times like this,
Only chance is to
where
give
the
her
pressure is
everything
on
she's got.
and everything is going to frickin' hell.
And now, this calls for...
Boy, here we go again.
my power! Persona! More exciting!
Let's try this. Go for a debilitate, then we'll charge.
Persona!
One more thing worth mentioning too is that one strategy may work for one phase, but you'll have to immediately switch to another strategy as soon as the next phase begins.
What next?
And if you happen to get screwed over by RNG, well, that's it. You have to restart the entire fight, which is absolutely redonkulous. Seriously, fuck Lavenza.
Here!
Hey,
Let's dance! How about this?
let's see how well this'll work out.
Calls for...
You changed her persona. Wait, did it change too?
my power! Persona! Mine!
Hey, well, that's unfortunate.
Persona! By the myriad truths.
Persona! She can't move without hurting herself.
This is fine. This is gonna be okay. You still got a chance at this, one way or another.
Allow me!
Unfortunately, a fight like this tends to take a while.
How about this?
I healed the wrong person.
This calls for...
Oh shit. I'm fucked.
Persona!
God, that's so stupid.
Oh!
Nice, Violet. Just what I would expect. from an
Persona!
athlete.
Alright, this is fine.
All will be revealed.
My next
Persona!
move...
Okay.
So, as you can see, my strategy is trying to decrease Lavenza's stats at the start of the freaking battle, And as soon as you do... shit. As soon as you decrease Lavenza's stats, then start trying to charge Joker and then have him unleash the Myriad troops on Lavenza because she freaking deserves it. Seriously, she is just that freaking difficult of a freaking boss.
Time for this? I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hey.
Let's finish this.
Change.
Please don't put us to sleep. God damn son of a bitch. Well, Makoto's dead.
Barely started.
You can't kill now.
Yeah, she's dead.
No!
Again, this shit is used too early in the fight. That tends to happen far more often than it should. Which makes me super depressed. One more thing worth mentioning too is trying to figure out the turn order of when your team is going to attack and stuff is absolutely essential in this fight. If you have no idea who's attacking and when, you're going to be in a load of trouble. Especially if you're thrown off guard and you get completely wrecked. I think what I was trying to say earlier is when it comes to your persona setup, is trying to have personas that reflect skills and magic-based attacks.
Come, all will be revealed.
Hey.
Persona! Okay. Using this! I appreciate it. I'll return the favor.
Yay.
Persona! Victory is ours!
I definitely feel like I'm not dealing enough damage to Lavenza, like, at all, no matter what I do.
Persona!
I really wish I knew the weaknesses of these personas in particular. That way I could better prepare myself.
Queen's burning!
But, unfortunately, it is what it is. We're just gonna have to roll with the punches and pray to God we get good RNG. Which a lot of times you don't. Or, if you do, then you're the luckiest person in the world. Come the fuck on, man!
This should help.
Is everyone's accuracy lowered or something, or am I going crazy?
Easy now.
Shit. God damn it. Well, looks like we lost again. If I have to describe,
Support's on the way.
thanks, Futaba. I would have liked ultimate support right there. That would have been fantastic, but no! No! You have to be a frickin' jerkwad, you know?
Your accuracy's down for your spell.
Oh, man. One thing I will say is when it comes to Lavenza, you'll be hearing this song a lot. Yeah, like I said, it is the best song in the game, but after a while, it does get old.
This should help. Persona! This is my soul. What? I gotta deduct points.
I swear to God, that's like the third miss in a row. Fuck me.
I need a nap. Persona.
Talk about unlucky. Everyone is dead!
Time to give up the ghost. Somebody do something.
By the myriad truths.
Well, this attempt is in the frickin' gutter. Just because Makoto got fucking frozen.
Allow me.
That's why I have Haru as backup for the whole charging shit, you know?
Can't move. How about this? Much obliged.
I will say this, Somas are my go-to healing items.
Your aptitude for However, this calls for
Okay, good. We managed to proceed to the next phase. Thank God. Still, I really don't like the fact that we proceeded to the next phase like this. Okay, I need something that'll deal some sort of status ailment here.
Calm down.
Unfortunately, since my party setup is kind of scuffed, the only person who can deal any sort of status ailment is Makoto.
Never mind.
Although, this may not be a bad idea.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Mystify them, Lucy! What? Ooh, not bad, Noir.
Okay, one other thing worth mentioning here is, just like with showtimes, it's not a good idea to do an all-out attack on Lavenza, even if you deal technical damage to her or crits. Just saying.
All will be revealed.
What? Let's dance!
Hey.
Dazzle us, wannabes! What?
Ooh, nice crit.
That was awesome, Violet.
Change. Mom!
Hey.
Persona!
It's okay, this is fine. That's not fine.
Persona! By the myriad truths.
Persona! Let's go. She needs help! I'm okay.
Please hit.
What?
Thank you.
Not bad, Noir. I'm okay. Persona! Here!
One other thing worth mentioning too is sometimes you can't really execute a baton pass depending on the situation. So, if you can't execute a baton pass, it's not that big of a deal. Just use it as an opportunity to
Power! Here I come.
fully charge Joker. In other words, make it so he has concentrate active.
Danger!
Persona! All will be revealed.
Woo!
Okay, this is fine.
Looks bad. Persona! Behold!
Please hit.
Sorry.
Damn it!
Hit them!
Well, I'm fucked. I am absolutely fucked now. I literally lost a run to RNG again. Fuck me a new ass and call me Sally. Sorry, damage. Here we go.
Here!
Thank you.
Down! Think Violet! Go for it!
Here
Yes!
goes. Come. By the myriad truths.
What?
Again, I would try to heal everyone now, but
Change.
yeah, we're kind of racing against the clock here, and everyone's pretty much all but dead. Speaking of dead, yeah, this run's over now.
I know something that'll protect you.
I really wish I'll... Oh, wait, it does!
Thank you.
You learn something new every day. Neat. So ultimate support does revive the dead as well. Neato.
Okay.
Gotta say, Futaba coming in clutch. That most certainly saved this run, at least for the time being.
Persona. It's your turn.
You know what? This is fine.
What?
Okay. Let's see if I have one of those items that... Okay, I know I've said that multiple times over, but you basically get the idea. I need something that will grant Joker concentrate. Let's see, no. Doubles damage of physical attacks. I guess I already used that item earlier in the fight. I don't remember if I did or not. Could have swore I had some Starlight Carrots on this file, but I guess I don't.
Can I use this?
Alright, this is fine.
I will not lose. What a display of skill. The countless hardships you've suffered have clearly been of benefit to you. It's often said that luck determines a great deal of one's success. Allow me to witness your own luck next. This calls for...
Alright, on to Phase 3. So, Phase 3, you must again deal 5,000 damage within 9 turns. But, now with an additional stipulation. You must deal critical damage every turn. And with Haru getting killed like that, I'm absolutely fuming!
Super move. Ultra
Let's do this.
No one should die in vain.
No kidding. Alright, let's see here. Anything I can use that is... well, besides you. One-shot kill, that's a pretty good move. High chance for a critical for Sword Dance. Although, to use something like that now... As far as Samiri's moveset is concerned... she also uses Sword Dance. Okay. You know what? I'll wait for her turn before I try to do anything like that. So... let's see... Myriad Truths. Let's do it.
Myriad truths.
I don't even, man. I do not fucking even.
That's one of us.
Okay,
Thank you.
this is so annoying.
Lucy.
There we go.
Can you go inside yet?
Persona.
You know what? Let's switch things up a little bit. This probably will come back to bite me in the ass, but I'm gonna try Yoshizune.
You're mine.
That'll work quite well.
How about this?
Also, during this phase in particular, you need to increase your crit rate.
I will not lose. Change.
Just so that way everyone can have a good chance of dealing crit damage.
Oh, right, Queen. Persona.
Just saying. Having high crit chance is absolutely essential for this fight.
Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro.
You want Debiliate? Sure. Let's go with that. So, Phase 3, you need to focus on dealing critical damage as much as you possibly can. And I think we lost. Oh, thank God, Samiri, you came through in the end. That's why you're the best girl! And no one's gonna tell me otherwise. Okay, maybe it's a better idea to stick with using, Yoshizune instead. Just saying. That actually worked out really well.
No wonder you're the chosen trickster. To think you'd push me to such a point. You've made it clear. I must be willing to tap into the absolute depths of my might. I hope you've prepared yourself. From this moment forward, I am holding nothing back.
Alright, here we go. Final phase. I pray to God that we can make it through. So as far as the final phase is concerned, you don't have to worry about any sort of time limit anymore. So, the remaining part of this fight, you just have to deal damage. Keep dealing enough damage until eventually you win. So the final phase essentially becomes phase 1, again, as far as strategies are concerned. Who's next? Makoto. Alright. Let's go with that. Also, Lavenza attacks every single turn. Keep that in mind. So in other words, she cheats now! Super lame. But you can take advantage of this, sudden burst of, I don't even know, this cheating scheme by means of reflecting physical damage back at her as much as you possibly can. So inflicting any sort of, physical reflection is super handy. Alright. One more thing worth mentioning too is during this phase in particular, Lavenza has a super devastating combo move which she will try to unleash on you. And if you want to know what it is, it involves using Lucifer with Concentrate and I think Megalodon, either that or Morning Star. Regardless, you need to end the fight before that happens. Otherwise, there's very little chance that you're going to survive.
All will be revealed.
I'll use my persona.
Okay. By the way, keeping everyone alive during this phase of the fight is absolutely essential.
We ought to finish this. Persona. Here.
Okay, not gonna worry about show times here. Just because she still has a lot of freaking HP left.
Just a little more and we're done.
Definitely agree with you there. You know what? Do it. Screw it. Let's do another showtime with good old Samiri and Joker. We haven't seen enough of this throughout the playthrough, now have we? Again, I know it's not necessarily a good idea, but I think we'll be okay. Nice damage.
Get into the platinum league for that.
Okay, this should... Very nice.
Persona.
This is fine.
All right.
Definitely try to keep Lavenza's stats down as much as you possibly can. Just so that way, when shoot.
Good thing we're prepared.
So what I'm trying to say is,
What I would expect from
if you have the chance to decrease Lavenza's stats during the final phase of the fight, do so. Because trust me, you definitely want to try to deal as much damage as you can. Take that, Lavenza, you jerk! Oof. Well, that was annoying.
So you can endure it.
So I can. Oh, shit. Oof. Well, damn. Oh boy, this is not good. Not a big fan of this at all.
By the myriad truths.
Oh my god, just a little bit further is all I need. Okay, I need a restore or... I need to bring back someone now.
awaiting orders.
Okay, where is, Okay. Jesus. How many times have I said K in this entire freaking stream so far?
Time to use this. Thank you.
How? How in God's name did she deal that much damage?
Huh?
Must have been from that charge. Well, regardless. Might as well save ourselves in one way or another.
Where's help? She needs
Alright, this is fine. We can still get back on our feet.
This calls for...
Thank God for that. Please end it. Not quite there yet. Okay, good. This is fine. Yes! Thank God! Lavenza is no more! God, that took way too many attempts. I think that was like 3 or 4 attempts. That was absolute pain.
That was as expected. I have truly witnessed firsthand the fruits of your rehabilitation. No matter what strives to keep you down, you have retained your freedom through your own will. Despite all the pain and hardship in your way, you kept faith in your comrades and continued to fight for your beliefs.
It was tough.
You may say that, yet you still accomplished the task. That must be what charms those around you. You do not simply outshine others, you charm them, pushing their abilities beyond the limits they thought they had. That must also be a form of power to rule over. Thanks to you, I feel as if I now fully comprehend my role as one who rules over power. I am a being that must inherently believe in the potential of humanity as they are guided along. As such a being, I am hesitant to admit this, but I am happy. I'm extremely grateful that I could witness the path you've chosen to forge. Thank you so much, my Trickster.
You're welcome. I should be thanking you.
Yes, you're welcome. This is a token of my gratitude for you. Won't you please accept it?
Thank you, Lavenza. So, we got ourselves the second bookmark, and if you happen to have the first one, then you'll get an additional item from Lavenza.
When you previously defeated me while I was separated into halves, I had given you a bookmark. That bookmark was originally entrusted to them as my memories given form. What I bestow upon you now is the genuine article which the other merely imitated. Your possession of both bookmarks proves that your strength is exceptional. You may currently be confronting an incredible ordeal with your comrades. However, no matter what obstacle stands in your way, you have no need to fear. After all, I have deemed you the world's greatest man.
Thank you, Lavenza. I appreciate that.
Reminds me.
I must also give you your reward. This is for you. So, here it is, the penultimate item, the Omnipotent Orb. So, with this item, you are essentially given God mode. So, what this means? Whoever has this accessory equipped is all but invincible. The only exception is if they get hit by an almighty attack. What's even more interesting is if you take this item with you to New Game Plus and choose to fight the twins in Lavenza again, then I think they will disable the effects of the Omnipotent Orb just so you can't cheese them. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works. Regrettably, I must now return to my duties. I will see you later. So, in other words, yeah, we're pretty much good to go when it comes to Lavenza and the frickin' twins. So, let's see. The Omnipotent Orb. As mentioned previously, it grants you Zenith Defense. An orb with almost godlike power. It nullifies all magical attacks except Almighty. Also, hello Shawaria, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. I definitely agree with you there with Twitch playing the same ad twice. It's stupid. But like I said, this item pretty much grants you all but full invincibility for whoever is wearing it. And as mentioned previously, if you're playing the original Persona 5, you will receive that item upon defeating the twins. So, yeah, with that done, there's really not much else left. I guess one thing I'm going to try now is something I kind of showed off at the very beginning of this playthrough, but not fully. And that is the remaining challenge battles that I have access to. as the other challenge battles, yeah, for whatever godforsaken reason, they are locked behind a paywall. So you'll soon see what I mean. So when it comes to the remaining challenge battles, this is going to be interesting. The World of Fates is in your hands. You have the power, and now that remains is to use it well.
What shall we do?
Let's do a special battle. So like I mentioned previously, the challenge battles, you only have access to whatever levels you have previously cleared. For all of my playthroughs I've done, I've only cleared up to level 3 for level 30, I think. Or no, up to level 2 and up to level 3. And the higher levels you go, the higher rewards you'll receive. I think there's one for level 99, but you have to clear level 80 first. There are some additional battles that you can choose to partake in, but the thing is, you have to purchase them via DLC. What's annoying is that I think these challenge battles are like $15. Granted, you get access to all the battles from that particular piece of DLC, but in all honesty, it is not worth it. It is not worth $15 just for that. At least in my honest opinion. But you may feel different. What's really interesting is that when it comes to these challenge battles in particular via DLC, I think when it comes to a lot of them, you'll be fighting the protagonist of several different Persona games. I think from Persona 2 all the way to Persona 4. And I could be wrong when it comes to that, and I haven't really looked that deep into it. So let's go ahead and show off the remaining challenge battles. Or more or less show off all the battles that I have up to this point. So let's try level 2 now. I've unlocked 2 out of the 3 achievements, and as far as what we need to do, we need to win within 28 actions. Nuclear attack is ×4, Yusuke takedown score is ×7. So in other words, we kind of need Yusuke in this fight. Well, maybe not necessarily, but you get the idea. Alright, let's give this a shot. I would highly recommend that you are at max level before you attempt these challenge battles. This way, you're able to clear these fights extremely quickly. Alright, let's go ahead and,
Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro by the myriad truths.
Also, if you couldn't tell, yeah, we're going to be using Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro. Just saying.
Let us see how you fare against this enemy.
Just so that way we can clear these fights super quickly.
Now for the final battle.
Oh, god damn it. You know what, that's fine.
Out of our way! Seems it can still fight.
Okay, let's see. Do I have any nuclear-based items here?
Make a decision.
Okay, nuke. Aha, here we go.
As good
Perfect.
as any.
When it comes to these challenge battles in particular, try not to use items unless you feel it's absolutely necessary. Still not enough points.
Not the
That's
best,
unfortunate.
but certainly not the worst.
Well, that sucked. Alright, let's try a different party lineup. I want to try to get all 3 of the rewards if I can. So, I'm going to swap out Akechi for Yusuke in this battle.
What shall we do?
Yeah, let's go ahead and give this another try. So when it comes to these challenge battles in particular, the more damage you deal, the better. The better the performance will be. Just saying. This will also give me a chance to show off certain people's third awakened personas. Here we go. Okay. Let's try this.
All will be revealed.
There we go. Nicely done, man.
Let us see how you fare against this enemy.
All right. Let's go. Go, Kichi.
Time to get wrecked. Goodbye. Nice times 7 score. On to the next. And say goodnight. Thank you very much. Nice. This means we finally have the best reward. Time to finish it. One more thing worth mentioning too is when it comes to these challenge battles, they will be testing your ability of knowing and fully understanding how the whole baton pass system works. It'll also test your knowledge of all of your party members' abilities.
My oh my.
Would have been even more hilarious if that was 69,000.
That's my trickster.
Thank you. Challenge battle scores are based on the amount of damage dealt. Therefore, dealing massive damage will help you obtain a high score. Using abilities such as support skills, baton pass, and technicals in order to obtain a high score. Bonus effects will be given to you. Will give you an even higher score. So that is pretty damn sweet. Alright, on to level 3, which is the recommended level is 30. Let's see what we got. Gold lump for 20,000. Whatever the hell that skill card is for 35,000. And Spiral Ratazuko Anklet for 43,000. So what we got? Psychokinesis attacks for ×3. Morgana takedown at ×8. So, and we got within 24 actions. Well then. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I can go and change my party. Alrighty then. I'm gonna keep Makoto in, but I'm gonna swap in Haru and Morgana. Yeah, that'll work. Let's do it! Here we go. Next phase, or next battle. Good night.
Let us see how you fare against this enemy.
Alright, let's do this thing.
It looks vicious. It's strong and impervious. It's strong. It has significant resistance to ice.
Let's try confusing you. That'll work. You know what? That'll work. Ooh, nice crit.
This is our chance. Pass the baton. This is our best shot. The baton has powered you up. Lucy.
Ooh. Alright, Mona. Time to take this guy down.
Show your might, Diego.
Yeah! Yeah, boy, that's awesome!
Now for the final battle.
Okay, let's see. What's next? This'll work. There we go. Nice ×8. Let's do it. Keep wrecking everyone's faces in.
This is our chance. Pass the baton. If you pass the baton, you can hit the foe's weaknesses.
Okay.
Not yet. Higher.
Man, I love Raoul in this overpowered Phantom show. That's just the best. Wow, that was quick. Did we get all 3 rewards? That we did!
My, oh my.
Hell yeah! That's what I call progress.
That's my trickster.
Thank you, Lavenza. Alright, what we got next for the next round?
What shall we do?
The next battle should be... Ooh, a new trial battle difficulty has been unlocked. So in other words, the final difficulty... Or no, the new one is level 50. Ito. Okay. Alright, level 50. We need to get 46,000 points for Miracle Belt. Other rewards include Heat Up and Platinum Lump. So for this one, we're going to need On and Ryuji. And we need to win within 16 actions. So that shouldn't be too difficult. Perfect. Fire attacks times 2 and Ryuji takedown score times 6. Let's do it. On to the next one. Let's see what we can get done here. Well, that was unfortunate. You know what? This is fine. Nice.
It's powerful. You'll want fierce ice attacks.
Do I have any ice attacks with Joker?
This should do it.
Unfortunately, no. That's unfortunate. Why did I say unfortunate in the same sentence twice? Don't ask. Another thing worth mentioning here is... when it comes to these particular challenge battles, I have not done hardly any of them.
Okay.
So, please forgive me if I have no idea what the hell it is I'm doing. Just saying.
Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro.
You know what? Izagami, wreck his face. Thank you.
Treasure demon's done for.
Let us see how you fare against this enemy.
Roll. Gotcha now.
One thing that definitely helps when it comes to fights like this is... Ooh. Sweet. There we go. Nice. Almost there. And hello, Mara. We meet again, you ugly parasite! Get wrecked! Okay, on. You're up. Well, that kind of sucked. Oh well, it's not that big of a deal. Another thing worth mentioning too is when it comes to these challenge battles in particular, you get fully healed and have all your SP restored at the end of every challenge battle you complete. Well, when I say restored, I mean restored back to where they previously were before you started the fight. So if you were fully healed, then you're fine. Your HP and SP are fully restored. But if they were low to begin with, then oh dear. You're gonna be in a world of trouble.
Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro.
Okay. Here we go. Fight's over. We win. Sweet. Excellent.
My, oh my. That's my trickster.
Thank you very much. Alright, on to the next
What shall
one.
we do?
What we got this time? New trial battle difficulty unlocked. Time for level 80. So, for this one we need 40,000 points, and for our final reward we get Supreme Ring, Life Aid, and a Diamond Lump. What do we need to do here? Electricity attack score and Makoto takedown, so we need Ryuji and Makoto. And we need to win within 28 actions. Okay then. Okay, yeah, that is right. Yeah, we'll go with this. We'll go with this party setup and see what we can do. Let's do it!
Persona!
Here we go.
Persona! Eat this! Die already!
Okay, that was kind of unfortunate how we didn't really get that many points, but makes sense considering... considering we didn't really do much. Oh, another thing worth mentioning too is... Do I have... Aha! I do have someone with an electric type move. And no, it's not Pikachu. This'll work.
Let us see how you fare against this enemy.
Gotcha now.
Here we go. There we go. Nice technical hit. I likey, I likey. Alright, Makoto, you're up next. Time to wreck some face!
That's one down. Go, Queen, go!
Good night.
Down. Go, Queen, go! It's yours. Get him.
Persona!
Okay. Izanagi, time to wreck house. Wow, even with Izanagi, it still wasn't enough to quite clear him. Interesting. You know what? That's fine. That's totally fine.
Prepare yourself.
One more thing worth mentioning too is when it comes to these challenge. Oh shoot, that was a dumb idea.
I messed up.
Did not mean to do that. Oh well, that's fine. Oh right, the other thing I was going to mention was you definitely need to give it all you've got in this fight, or just in these fights in general.
Now for the final battle.
Final battle already. This is peculiar.
Persona! William!
We sure
Okay.
do.
Do I have anything that will remove shock? This one I did. At least for the sort of main save file, you know? Nope. Okay. This'll work.
Using this!
I'll use my persona.
Oh shoot, that was the wrong move. Did not mean to do that. Whoops.
Victory is ours.
That was stupid of me. Oh well, it's fine. And still make this work somehow.
Careful there. All right, Queen.
Persona!
Okay, there we go. This'll work. Even though it seems like I'm wasting SP here, it's really not that big of a deal. honestly. To be quite frank, I wanted to try to have Makoto take this thing down one way or another. Here we go.
Here goes. Let's go.
You can hit their weakness. Nice one, Joker. You hit
Nice.
it, Persona.
Can we do it again?
Let's finish this.
Ooh. Didn't quite finish it the way I wanted it to.
Persona.
This is fine, though. This is fine. There we go. All done. Plus, we got just enough points to get the final reward. Nice.
My oh my.
That took a little longer than expected, but hey, at least the deed is done.
That's my Trickster.
This trial was exceptionally difficult, but I had no doubt that you would succeed. Because of the power you have built through your unwielding efforts, you will surely be able to carve a path to the future. Awesome! So I think that means we're done when it comes to challenge battles.
What shall we do?
Let's see. Yes, it is. We're all done when it comes to them. Well.
Indeed.
That was definitely a fun time, that's for sure. I'm kind of surprised that it went as smoothly as it did. I think I really have to thank Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro for that, but hey, here we are. Well, whatever. It is what it is. So, now that that's finally done, there's only one major thing left to show off here, and that is the Thieves Den. The Thieves Den can be accessed at any time while you're in the real world, or if you are on the title screen. And I think you get access to the Thieves Den just shortly after you start a new game. Like, as soon as you get the chance, you can head into the Thieves Den right then and there. So, in we go. Welcome to the Thieves Den. Ito. As you progress through the game, you will be unlocking more and more items for display purposes, alongside several other things. When you first come into the Thieves Den, it will be kind of barren and there won't be much here. However, as you progress through the game, you'll be able to access more and more rewards. And the more in-game achievements you unlock, the more coins you'll earn as well. So when it comes to the Thieves Den, it is mainly just to show off your progression and just show off your completionist criteria and your muscles. There's not really much of a point of showing this off, other than just for the fun of it. One more thing worth mentioning too is if you access the Thieves Den at the earliest possible point, you will technically be meeting Josei for the first time, but he'll be referred to as the boy in white. So if we speak to him, you got the Stamp by Me award. Good job collecting all those stamps. I guess humans really do love games, huh? I learned something new today.
So,
What would you like to learn about? Let's learn about what this place is.
can I ask you something?
This place was created by the cognitions of people like you. Here, all your memories and emotions coalesce and take form. All sorts of wishes can be granted here. Explore the place and see what kind of stuff you find. How about placing models?
Hey,
If you want to place some models in here, you'll want to check out that box over there. It takes the memories in your heart and turns them into all sorts of models. You have to pay for them though. Then you can put them in a few different spots here. Thinking about all the possibilities is getting me excited. I wonder how you'll end up decorating the place.
oh, also,
One more thing. Whenever you place a model, the cognitions of people you formed bonds with might appear too. I bet they have some interesting stuff to say. How about listening to music? over there you can listen to whatever music you remember. So in other words, if you heard the song at least once in any save file throughout the course of any playthroughs you've done, it will appear here. I wonder what kind of music you have in your heart. Let me listen too. I'll definitely be showing that off in a little bit. Now for watching movies. See that giant screen? You can watch a whole bunch of your past experiences there if you pay a toll. Just like at the movies, I'm extra curious about your memories, mister. And yeah, we're going to be looking at a couple of different movies, maybe. And speaking of movies, there are some other movies I will be mentioning, but won't be showing off. More on that in a bit. Let's look at pictures next. In that case, you should go over to the gallery. There are all kinds of pictures there. Not only can you see pictures of your memories, but there are a bunch of special ones too. The more memories you make, the cooler the gallery will look. Which, at this point in time, I have successfully completed the gallery. Though, I haven't fully unlocked every single piece though, so keep that in mind. Good luck filling the whole thing. I look forward to seeing it. Alright, next is playing cards. Yeah, believe it or not, you can play a little minigame here. It looks like you can play a card game called Tycoon over in the cards area. You can even get prizes for winning. That should be a lot of fun for you and your teammates. I'll be going over that particular minigame later. Play a few hands when you have the time. I'll watch you from here. Or from over here, whatever. Next, believe it or not, you can change your appearance here. For that, you should try stepping on those big floor panels upstairs. I bet there are all kinds of outfits you can wear, or even different forms. Making a different form from what you're used to is always so weird, but even that's possible here, it seems. So essentially, if you want to, you can transform Joker into anyone whom he's had a bond with. Okay, that's probably not the right term, but if you're able to transform to any... what I'm trying to say is, you can transform to any of your teammates, including Akechi and Samiri, so that's pretty awesome. How about the next one? Learning about our accomplishments. Yeah. Then you want to check out the awards area. Apparently you can get neat-looking awards for doing different things. Whenever you get one, it shows up on the wall there. And this is shared between all save files and is saved system-wide. So keep that in mind. And it's also tied to your profile too. So if you have one person working on one save file and they have their own profile, then whatever achievements they get here applies to their profile. However, if another person shares the PS4 with you and they have their own profile, then those achievements the first person achieved don't get transferred as far as I know. So that's something worth mentioning. Hey, give it a shot if you're feeling up to it. I'll be cheering you on. Thanks, Jose. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'll be here if you need me. Come on back if you want to know anything else.
Doing good?
Take care of the... That takes care of that then. Good job. Thanks, Jose. So speaking of achievements, these are the in-game achievements. They are not tied to your trophy progress in any way. And as far as my completion, I managed to complete 84% of the in-game achievements. All the in-game achievements are tied to specific categories such as school life, confidants, battles, and phantom. The phantom is, I believe, for certain phantom thief activities, such as completing all mementos requests, completing 100% of the registry. For this one, we have raised one of your protagonist personas to level 99, and raising all of the stats of a single persona to level 99. Professional Killer successfully entered battle 30 times using the grappling hook. For this one, successfully performed 50 ambushes in palaces. That's super easy and will be achieved over time. The Blood Executioner. Perform a total of 20 executions during a fusion alarm. Yeah, this is another one of those achievements that will be earned over the course of your playthrough. Same with this one. And for this one, Flowers for a Certain Boy. Gather a total of 1,000 flowers and mementos. Another one of those you'll gather over time, especially if you are grinding for super powerful items. Stamp by Me is not exactly an achievement you'll get over time. You have to get all 150 stamps in mementos. And let me tell you something, getting all the stamps is absolutely time-consuming and just downright annoying. Especially when you get absolutely piss-poor RNG. Because you're going to be running back and forth on every single floor in any given area trying to get all the goddamn stamps. But hey, at least you can use it as an opportunity to fully level grind to level 99. Just saying. So, that's pretty neat. For Lockpicking Expert, you just have to open a total of 40 locked treasure chests. So in other words, if it requires a lockpick or the permapick, unlocking all these treasure chests will count towards this achievement, so that's pretty neat. Thief's Heart, attain a total of 150 items for search objects in the palaces. Again, this is something you'll get over time so long as you keep your eyes peeled. Finally, there's this one. Disappearing Act. This one is not exactly super straightforward, but all you have to do to get this one is you have to avoid battles a total of 5 times using a smokescreen or hypno mist after being seen. So if you're spotted and you don't want to fight, then using a smokescreen and avoiding the fight altogether is a pretty damn good idea. Especially if you're low on HP and SP respectively. I've not gotten this achievement because I never felt the need to use these items, but it's something else to hunt for. Now for other achievements. Let's start with School Life. So for this one, you just have to clear all 3 of the Big Bang Burger challenges. Which, yeah, that's not exactly easy on your first playthrough, but on New Game Plus, it is a breeze. Completing it as early as possible is highly recommended. Golden Fingers is something we acquired in this playthrough in particular. We just need to beat all the retro games that can be played in your room. All 7 of them to be exact. Now, as far as other in-game achievements I've not gotten, first is Word Wizard, which you have to solve 15 crossword puzzles in LeBlanc, which I've not done. Home Run King hit a total of 30 home runs in the batting cages in the Youngin Jaya. I've only managed to pull that off 3 times. I wonder if it counts you doing so at night, which I think it does. So take advantage of playing as long as you want at night. Do it on the easiest course, and you should be able to get this done hopefully in no time flat, depending on how good you are with your timing and where you hit the ball. Just saying. Now for this one, you just need to use the Fuji no Ya bathhouse in Youngin Jaya 15 times. This is pretty easy to achieve, and if you visit the bathhouse frequently, you should be able to get this achievement without too much of a problem. Plus, it raises your charm, so if you're still working on raising your charm, then this is a pretty good way of doing so. What's more is that there's actually a trophy, an actual PS4, PS5 trophy tied to this particular place. And I'll be going over all the different trophies you can earn in this game later. Next, we have Secondhand Salesman. You just need to accumulate 1,000 points at the secondhand clothing store in Kichijoji. That is super easy to do, honestly, especially after you use or create some of the best armor in the entire game. And on New Game Plus, especially, this will be a breeze. No problem. On to the next one. Working Student. You just have to work at a part-time job a total of 15 times. Again, this will be done naturally if you're going for full completion. The second boss in LeBlanc, you just have to make Master Coffee and Master Curry by yourself. Once you make both of those things, then bada bing bada boom, you're good to go. However, you do have to fully max out Sojiro's Confidant in order to get this in-game achievement to even happen. So keep that in mind. Next, Legend of the Dragon Fist. You just have to train your body by practicing on the demi at the Protein Lover Sports Gym in Shibuya. So in other words, you need to use the gym almost constantly in order to get this in-game achievement. So again, that's pretty easy to do, and I've technically gotten this already during my practice run trying to set up a special save file, which I'll be showing off later. Next, World-Class Launderer. Wash 10 pieces of sooty equipment at the laundromat in Young and Jaya. Again, pretty easy to do, especially during your first playthrough. I kind of wish I would have gotten this achievement earlier, but oh well, it is what it is. No big deal. If I ever choose to play through this game again, I can get this easily. Next, a master loves his maids. Spent time at the maid cafe in Akihabara 4 times. This is not exactly that straightforward, although it kind of is, but it isn't. It's really complicated, the way I'm explaining it, but spend enough time here and you'll be able to get this achievement no problem. Hell, there's even a trophy associated with that place. More on that later. Next is Angler. You just have to accumulate 100,000 points total at the fishing pond, which I've only accumulated 2,350. And yeah, I have not spent a whole lot of time fishing in any of my playthroughs, mainly due to the confidant grinding thing. Just saying. Next, Bookworm Fish, reading a total of 40 books. Pretty easy to do, and I believe this total carries over from playthrough to playthrough, so keep that in mind. Arcade Addict, won a total of 5 prizes from the Crane game. Pretty easy to do, so long as you frequent the arcade often enough. Next, Confidants. I pretty much gotten every single one of these except for Ladies Man. So, for this particular achievement here, Phantom Thief Grand Union, you have to reach maximum rank with all Confidants. The only roadblock that stands in your way with this particular achievement is Samiri when she's going through her identity crisis as Kasumi. So in other words, you have to max out Kasumi's Confidant before you can get the chance to max out Samiri's Confidant, even though they're both the same person. Just saying. If you fail to max out Kasumi's Confidant before the 3rd semester, then unfortunately you are locked out of this particular achievement for the remainder of your playthrough. Just saying. As for Ladies Man, this is a rather peculiar one, where you have to achieve a romantic relationship with all potential romantic confidants. There are 10 in total, including Samiri. I'm not 100% sure if going after every single one during your first or second go is the wisest course of action. Then again, maybe it is. Maybe that's the best way of getting this particular in-game achievement. I could be wrong. But even so, if you want it, that is one way you can do so, or you can play through the entire game 10 times and romance one girl per playthrough. It's entirely up to you. And again, all save files save system-wide. So, another strategy, if you don't want to deal with the harem scene, is you can have one save file romance one girl, then have another one romance another, and so on and so forth. Then again, maybe you can make it so you romance one girl on one particular save file, then reload the game, romance another girl on that same save file, and then keep going down the rabbit hole until you romance every single one on that one save file. However, you just keep reloading the game until you get the achievement to pop up. Once you do, then reload your save, choose the lady you want, and then stick with that woman and be a true man. That's entirely up to you, though, how you choose to go about it, so long as you get the achievement. Alright, next we have stand as equals. Achieve a strong bond of friendship with all potential romantic confidants. So, yeah, this is pretty much tied to the same as Ladies Man, kind of. Except you don't have to romance every single one for this particular achievement to appear. For this one, Benefactor, given a total of 10 gifts while spending time with confidants. If you are not able to raise the level of a confidant and you have a chance to gift someone a gift, Regardless if it raises their confidant points to their max value, so long as you give a gift, that's all that really matters, and it'll count towards this achievement. Next, Devotion to the Arts. Ask Yusuke to depict 10... basically, you can have Yusuke create or copy 10 cards. Once you do, you'll get this achievement, no problem. Although, this does require you to raise his confidant enough to be able to do something like this, so keep that in mind. Spirited Dartsman. Spent time playing darts at the Penguin Sniper and Kichijoji 10 times. If you're focused on raising your technical rank as well as your baton pass rank, yeah, this is a pretty easy achievement to get. Next is Jazz Cat. Spent time at the Jazz Club in Kichijoji 7 times. Pretty easy, especially if you frequent it, and you're trying to focus on getting all new abilities for your confidants. Just saying. Next, Pool Shark Pup. Spent time playing billiards at the Penguin Sniper 5 times. Interesting to see that is an in-game achievement. Next, Sick with Spending. Spent a total of 500,000 yen at Takemi's medical clinic in Yongen Jaya. Throughout the course of the game, this will be given to you as you progress. Next, Military Millionaire. Spent a total of 1 million yen on equipment at Untouchable in Shibuya. Pretty easy to do, especially if you're working on EY's Confidant and you're doing a whole lot of customizations. Because those customization mods, let me tell you folks, that is super expensive. Next, Custom Gunman. Customize 20 different guns at Untouchable in Shibuya. Pretty easy to achieve, especially if you do this frequently. Catcher in the Roof Garden. Harvested a total of 5 vegetables from the rooftop garden. If you happen to do this frequently enough, then you should be able to get this achievement no problem. Next up, we have Battle. So first, we have Explanatory Teamwork. Perform an all-out attack 50 times. Again, you'll get this throughout the course of the game. No problem. Next, Negotiator. Obtain a total of 30 personas using negotiations. When you're first starting out and you're first playing through the game, yeah, this is pretty easy to get, especially for some of the weaker earlier personas, like in Kamoshida's Palace, for example. Next is Lethal Gunman. Perform a down shot 30 times. To be honest, I never really used this ability very much, hence the reason why I have not gotten this particular achievement yet. But even so, I really should use it more often, but I digress. Next, the Shadow Diplomat. Initiated negotiations with shadows a total of 100 times. You don't have to get the persona in order for this achievement to count. You just have to start the negotiation. Once you do, then it'll count towards the total. Next is Crackshot. Defeat a total of 100 enemies using a gun. This is especially easy on New Game Plus when you have the most powerful guns in the entire game. So in other words, crack out that super OP gun and start blasting fools upside the head and just kill everything in sight with your gun. Next, the Phantom Boomers, or Bombers. Defeat a total of 100 enemies using the explosion from a disaster shadow. Pretty easy to get, especially if you're paying attention. Next is Master Tactician. Trigger a technical hit 100 times. So long as you know what you're doing and know how to execute a technical hit, you should be able to get this without too much of a problem. Ultimate Attack. Deal over 9,999 damage in battle without using an all-out attack. So that is the maximum amount of damage you can deal in the entire game for a single attack. To get something like this to work, you need something super powerful like, say, you need someone like Sentinel, you need Concentrate, you need to increase the attack power of Joker, and you also need to decrease the defense of your enemy. It's highly recommended that you do this on a very, very weak enemy, so going into Mementos to do something like that, to completely overkill your enemy, is the easiest way of getting this particular achievement. Speaking of achievement, I believe this is also a trophy in the original Persona 5. since the Thieves Den wasn't a thing, many of these in-game achievements were actual trophies. As far as which ones, well, I don't know off the top of my head, but I do know that this is one of them. Next is Lucky Star. Encounter treasure demons 30 times. So long as you're searching through a bunch of different objects and stuff, you should be able to get this particular achievement no problem. Next, the True Reaper. Defeat the Reaper 5 times. Yeah, not as straightforward as this sounds, and what's even more annoying, this is an actual trophy in the original Persona 5. There is another trophy in Persona 5 Royal that involves fighting and defeating the Reaper, but for that one you just have to defeat the Reaper once, as opposed to 5 times, which is stupid. I mean, it's stupid that you have to defeat him 5 times, but whatever. At least in Persona 5 Royal, even though that's still technically a trophy, it was also turned into an in-game achievement. So, there you go. Next, Senpai in Life. In order to get this one, you just have to defeat Jose. So, what's interesting is, for this particular achievement, it will be displayed as defeat ? Same with Future Rehabilitation and True Rehabilitation. So, again, when it comes to these particular achievements, you just have to defeat the twins and Lavenza respectively. So, there you go. That's all the in-game achievements that are available in this game. And like I've mentioned previously, I have managed to unlock 84% of the in-game achievements, which is pretty damn sweet. Now for the gallery! Taking a look at the gallery, you can take a look at many different pieces of art throughout the course of the game. As far as what categories, we have Archive, Concept Art, and Special. Concept Art, I believe you have to purchase these. Yes, you do. And many of the different pieces of concept art cost these Persona coins, I'm going to call them. You can earn these by by completing in-game achievements. And I believe you can earn some by playing Tycoon. But I could be wrong when it comes to that. But there are many different pieces of concept art. And as you progress through the game, more and more pieces of concept art will become available. However, if you want to fully access all the different pieces of concept arts, you do have to fully max out your confidants and get the Third Awakenings for everyone. So keep that in mind. And also, when it comes to Morgana in particular, you do have to unlock the 3rd semester so that way you can get access to his human concept art. So, honestly, these particular pieces of concept art may not necessarily be worth it to some people, as you can look them up online easily on your computer or whatever. But even so, just saying. So, as far as other pieces of special art that you can unlock, I believe these are available from the start, but you do have to purchase them. So we can take a look at something like this. This is the original Persona 5 cover art, the illustration used on the Persona 5 box art. Again, pretty sweet picture if I do say so myself, and I'm definitely happy to see that this was the official box art. This one is for Persona 5 Royal, obviously. Seriously, this is the superior version of the game. Don't at me. And as far as other special arts that we can take a look at, we have the hero image, Persona 5 limited edition jacket, which, again, is something you can view online if you so desire. What's really interesting is that when it comes to these special pieces of art, they require 10 Persona coins as opposed to 5. My guess is because of how special these particular pieces are. So, there you go. Let me tell you, there are a lot of different pieces of art that you can unlock here. So many, in fact, that there's still an entire category I have not unlocked. So that's rather peculiar. What have I left to unlock? I really do not know. Even so, nice to see that I have unlocked a fairly decent number of pieces of concept art. One more thing worth mentioning too is, once you purchase a piece of concept art or just any piece of art or anything in general, it is permanently unlocked and is saved system-wide. So, that's pretty nice. Just keep in mind that your Persona coins can easily be drained if you have one of those siblings who goes on a bit of a spending spree. And believe it or not, these pieces of concept art aren't the only things that you can buy with these Persona coins either. You can also use Persona coins to purchase songs, and really any songs that you've listened to throughout the course of the entire game. And like I've mentioned in one of my previous sessions, there are still some songs I have yet to unlock. One of them I did actually unlock within this playthrough, so that's pretty interesting. Again, when it comes to these particular pieces of art, there's really no need to show them off 100%, or more or less, there's no need to unlock them. Now, for the movie section, let's take a look here. You can view any of these special movies at any time, so long as you've viewed them at least once throughout the course of any playthrough you've done. We have PV, which are special anime-style movies, and we have bonus movies. So, when it comes to the bonus movies, these are things like the trailers for the game. We also have some concert videos that I will not be showing because that is copyrighted, and I do not want to receive a copyright strike, regardless of platform. But, I'm just saying, these special videos are here, and I haven't unlocked any of them. Just because I've really no need to do so. So, whatever. Let's look at PV next. For PV, we have some special animations here, mainly showcasing not only the anime-style cutscenes, but also a couple of special trailers for Persona 5 the animation. Which, I'll tell you this right now, overall, Persona 5 the animation is not very good. It's not a good adaptation of Persona 5. In fact, I feel as though it does not do the game justice at all. I mean, sure, the animation is a pretty good way to get a general idea of what the game is about, but seriously, play the game. Just do it. Just so that way you don't have to sit through the god-awful animation. Seriously, the things that really ruin Persona 5 the animation are the animation itself, because, let me tell you folks, A1 Pictures did not do a very good job when it comes to their animation quality. Because, oof, their 3D models, especially on Kamoshida, it makes the models from Reboot look like the frickin' Mona Lisa. I am not kidding. It is one of the ugliest 3D models I've ever seen. Hell, there's even a 3D model in one of the filler episodes of Naruto Shippuden. I think it's in like Power Part 1 or Power Episode 1, where the 3D model on the snake, or Cobra, or whatever the frick it is, that thing is ugly as sin as well, but Kamoshida has that snake beat and calls it its bitch. I am dead serious. Kamoshida in Persona 5 the animation for his demonic form is one of the ugliest 3D models I've ever seen. And another thing that really holds Persona 5 the animation back, in my opinion, is the pacing. The pacing of the animation goes by way too goddamn fast. For 26 episodes, and that includes 2 specials, and there's apparently one more I've not seen, which is the Valentine's Day OVA. Yeah. No. The pacing is too fast. Way too fast for a game like this. Just saying. I feel like it could have worked better if it was more like 50 episodes. But that's just me and my silly little opinion. If you really want to dive into Persona 5 the animation, I would recommend watching it on Funimation or Crunchyroll or just any form of digital storefront. Or you could do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You could do that too. And just by saying that, my throat is now starting to kill me. So, alongside the trailer for the Daybreakers of Persona 5 the animation, you can also view any trailers from the original Persona 5, And that's really about it. I thought you could watch some other stuff here, but oh well. As far as archive is concerned, you can view the archive of any videos or anything of the sort from any of the arcs of which you've previously seen. You can even view the original opening for Persona 5 within Persona 5 Royal if you so wish. Or you can view the opening for Persona 5 Royal here as well. Although, what's really the point of doing that when you can view the opening every time you start the game? Really? What's the point of this? So, as far as everything else is concerned, that's really all you need to know when it comes to the different openings or just the different cinemas that you can watch. You can even view all the different showtimes that you've previously seen. Which, funny enough, during my second playthrough, I have not unlocked Samiri and Joker's showtime, and that was the only one I had left to show. And once I got it, it was added to the gallery, so that was awesome. So one other thing worth noting here is, if you're using the default PS4's recording software or even streaming software, when viewing certain pieces of media, such as the Maruki arc or even the special movies, keep in mind the PS4 will block those particular sections for several reasons. First, major spoilers. Second, copyrighted material. Yeah, just saying. Now, as far as other things worth showing here, I think for the Shido arc, there's something I've yet to unlock here. Or perhaps not. How about Yaldabaoth? If you want to know if you're missing anything in particular, hover over any movie and you'll see it being fuzzy. So that'll give you a good indicator that you have yet to unlock that particular movie. So when viewing any sort of cinemas from the Maruki arc, the scene or the recording automatically stops because reasons. I could have sworn there was one more movie that I have yet to unlock here. Aha! Here it is! As you can see, it is marked out. And if I have to guess what this movie is, and how you go about unlocking it, I have a couple of theories. The first is accepting Dr. Maruki's reality. And the second theory is getting the quote-unquote true ending without maxing out Akechi's confidant. One of those two will be added to the gallery. I'm not sure which is which, but that is something I'm definitely going to be showing off when it comes to accepting Maruki's reality. Which, funny enough, I've only seen a brief snippet of the actual movie itself, and I have not seen it in full. Because I want to experience it for myself. So, there we go. That's really the only movie I have left. And it's from the Maruki arc, so again, it might be tied to Akechi not being alive within that particular scene, or it could be accepting Maruki's reality. That could be another possibility. We'll find out together. Next we have the music player. So when it comes to the music player, each song that you can purchase here, you can play so long as you've actually unlocked it. You do have to have at least played the song at least once in order to fully unlock it. So that's something to keep in mind. There's still one particular story song I have yet to unlock. As far as what it is, I do not know, and I don't know how to go about unlocking it. What's really interesting is that you can get a brief preview of each of the songs just by hovering over them. Speaking of certain songs, Colors Flying High, this is a rather peculiar one. What's really interesting is that for like the past 3 years, we never had a quote-unquote full version of Colors Flying High in particular. The closest we had to a full version of this song was a clean-cut concert. So what that means is someone took the first opening piece of the song and spliced in the second verse and third verse from the concert and tried to clean out the concert noises, if you know what I mean. And for a long time, that was how we accepted it as the full version of the song, even though it actually wasn't. However, as of February 2022, during Persona's 25th anniversary, the full version of the song, recorded in high studio quality, has finally been released for Colors Flying High. And let me tell you, it's an absolute frickin' bop! So what's really cool is that you can listen to this song officially on places like YouTube and Spotify. And I would highly recommend that you do so. Hell, there are certain people who have uploaded the song in full. So that's another way of going about listening to this song too, if you so wish. So again, what's really funny is that we had a full version of Wake Up, Get Up, Get Out there for many, many years, but it took 3 years, in other words, 2022, to finally get the full version of Colors Flying High, which, let me tell you, it feels so damn good to finally get a full version of the song that isn't from a freaking concert. So, there you go. Colors Flying High does have a very interesting piece of history. So, on to the daily songs. We have a bunch of different songs that you can unlock for as long as you've actually played the songs yourself and encountered them. Okay, so when it comes to this particular song, He's a Trickster, this is the song that you can unlock just by means of getting your hands on the CD of after completing the one pop star request towards the very end of the game. So, there you go. That is one of the songs that I've completely missed. There's still one for the story I've yet to unlock. Now for battles, however, we have a bunch of other songs, such as Last Surprise, Take Over, Triumph, which, yeah, that's a bop in itself. And, of course, we got the best song in the game, Rivers in the Frickin' Desert. And Yao the Belt, Our Beginning, Keep Your Faith, and Throw Away Your Mask, which, again, super awesome songs, but I can't really play too many of these here, not without the possibility of getting a Content ID match. Although I did hover over the Colors Fly High for a while, but it only played a brief preview of the very beginning of the song, so it really shouldn't be that big of a deal. And I talked over it for the most part, so we should be fine. Now for dungeons, these are the different themes of the different palaces that you've explored throughout the course of the game. And again, I pretty much unlocked absolutely everything here. Pretty nice. Now for the vending machine here, we have the Palace Maker. As far as the Palace Maker, you have to explore the different palaces and just do all kinds of different things throughout the course of the game. However, you have to, once you explore these different places and just unlock these things as well, you do have to buy them. And I also believe you have to get the Third Awakenings or just the Second Awakenings in order to unlock their respective models. I could be wrong. But when it comes to the model maker, I've only placed down the first couple from like the first palace or two. And the reason why I did that is because of spoiler reasons. So let's go ahead and buy a couple of these. So how about the Velvet Room? Bada binga, bada booma. And you know what? Let's go ahead and place this. I guess we'll place it here. There we go. Go. One more other thing worth noting here is, as you can see, there are different set pieces for the different models, and they are tied to certain categories of items. So keep that in mind. So next we have, let's take a look at daily life. I've already purchased the laundry mat. So how about we purchase another one? How about the classroom? That'll work. Let's see. Hawaii. You know what? Let's buy this too. Here we go. Also, depending on what models you place down, different characters will show up with different reactions. So, as you can see, the only enemy model I've purchased is the Kamoshida ruler form. So, let's go ahead and buy this. Ooh, that looks nice. Let's see, what to purchase next. I think we can purchase certain characters too. Could be wrong. No. Here we go, the nurse's office. That'll work. Okay. Let's try Metaverse item. The Reaper. That sounds interesting. Let's go for Monocopter. Sure. Boom, baby. By the way, there are only a certain number of items that you can place down in these different color-coded spaces. So keep that in mind. By the way, if you want to place down any of the items that you purchased, just go down to exit out of the Buy Items menu and go to Place/Remove Items. And any items that you purchased, you can place down, just like that. There we go. And again, when it comes to any and all items that you purchase here within the Thieves Den, they are permanently saved. So keep that in mind. Ooh. What's even more interesting is that, depending on what you have set up here, you'll get different visitors with different conversations and everything.
You know.
Hey, do you think that nurses ever, you know? I'm afraid I don't.
As I was saying.
Come on, like you go in for a physical exam and the nurse just Doc, give us a lowdown. Give us the lowdown. Does that kind of thing really happen? What? There isn't really much to say.
What?
So you don't deny it. It totally happens all the time, doesn't it? No, of course not. Wait, Sakamoto-kun, are you getting a nosebleed? Get this boy to the clinic, stat!
How foolish.
This is chaos. Just like this whole setup. Alright. Well, I guess the next thing I'm going to go ahead and show off here is going to be right up here. As far as the upstairs is concerned, as Jose mentioned earlier, you can transform into any of the playable characters. And you can even change their outfits, too. For Joker, we got, of course, his regular uniform, his winter coat, and another winter coat, kind of. His Phantom Thief attire, and even his mouse form. It's funny, and also kind of cute. Next, we got casual wear, more casual wear, and his school uniform, which I think that's it at this point. By the way, I believe Joker will be the default character that enters the Thieves Den, regardless if you transform into someone or not. So next we have On. Let's see. This is her standard uniform. Next we have her fluffy, or her winter, I guess, uniform. We got another one. Got her Phantom Thief attire. Her rat form. And for summer wear, another alternate summer wear, I guess. I believe you have to have at least viewed these particular transformations or outfits at least once in order to fully unlock them for the Thieves Den. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works. Alright, let's see what we got for Yusuke. Just the standard uniforms and stuff. That's pretty neat. One more thing worth mentioning too is these transformations do not include any DLC outfits. So if you happen to download the Legacy DLC, or if you purchased any additional DLC, then those outfits you cannot transform into within the Thieves Den. So keep that in mind. Alright, now for Ryuji. Of course, we got his standard uniform. More casual wear. Here's his winter coat. Alright. Ooh, rat form. I don't think we even seen Yusuke's rat form. Although, if you really think about it, his rat form really isn't all that different from the rest. Now for Morgana. Morgana's rather interesting, as he has his regular standard standard form, and even his non-metaverse form here you can transform into. Hell, you can even transform into his human form if you wanted. So there you go. Nice little added bit of detail is if you're in Morgana's metaverse form, if you choose to run around or just walk in general, instead of a standard walk cycle, his legs turn into standard pinwheels, as you'd seen in early cartoons. Neat. Alright, I'm pretty sure there's some transformation panels for Samiri, as well as Akechi. They're definitely around here somewhere. Alright, next we have Makoto. As far as her outfits are concerned, pretty neat. Sorry if it seems like I'm going through these outfits far too quickly, but we are getting kind of close to the 3-hour mark now, so might as well try to hurry up and get through the rest of this as fast as we can. That way we can finally bring this playthrough to a close. Okay. I gotta say, when it comes to Futaba's outfits, I'm definitely a big fan of hers. That's for sure. Okay, next we have Haru. Whoops. Didn't mean to go through that. Bleh. What I'm trying to say is, I feel like I went through that a bit too fast. Oh well. No big deal. It's also kind of interesting to see the amount of casual outfits that you can wear for all the different Phantom Thieves members. Speaking of Phantom Thieves members, when it comes to transforming into certain people, I think you have to have recruited them within your party at least once in order to unlock their outfits. Speaking of outfits, when it comes to Akechi in particular, you have to unlock the third semester in order to unlock his true outfit. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works. Same with his third semester outfits, so keep that in mind. Alright, next we have Samiri. What's even more interesting is that you can choose to have her dress up like Kasumi if you so wish. I think she even has... Yep, she does. She has her Samiri model too, with her hair being down. And that's just for her regular outfits. So that's pretty neat. Although I feel like when it comes to Samiri's outfits, it feels as though she doesn't have very many in comparison to everyone else here. Which is rather peculiar if you ask me. But that's just me. as far as what I'm gonna do, and whom I'm gonna transform into for the remainder of the session, I think I'm gonna go ahead and transform into Morgana. Just for the fun of it. You know what? I'll stick with this metaverse form. That'll work. Alrighty. Yeah. Now, the final thing I'm going to be showing off in this playthrough, other than the endings that I have access to, which, yeah, we are going to be going over the 3-hour mark thanks to these endings, is Tycoon. Okay, that's interesting. You can now change opponents. Interesting. So apparently you can't really maintain your transformation if you examine something. Interesting. So, here is Tycoon. Think of this game as a mix between Uno and poker. At least that's how I see it, but let's take a look at the tutorial so that way we can get a proper opinion. So, here's Tycoon and how it works. Gather your party and play Tycoon. One game consists of 3 rounds. Your final rank is determined by how many points you obtain each round. Depending on the difficulty and your final rank, you'll obtain more P medals. Okay, so that's what they are. Interesting. Complete challenges to gain more points. See challenges for more details. Your records will show up in records. Now for the rules of Tycoon, a card's number determines its strength. Each card must beat the previous one, and the number of cards in play must be met, such as pairs. The weakest card is 3, but the strongest is 2. That's kind of interesting. The player holding the 3 of diamonds will go first, and the beggars start each subsequent round. For additional information, check tutorials or press L2 while playing Tycoon. Honestly, the rules of Tycoon are super confusing. So, really, the best way of experiencing Tycoon or just learning the game is just by playing it yourself. That way you can get a feel for the game and have a better understanding of how it works. Next, we have trading cards. Cards are traded before the next round begins. Tycoon and Beggar trade 2 cards. Rich and Poor trade 1 card. Poor and Beggar must trade their best cards. So again, it kind of is like Uno and poker. Next, pass. You can choose to pass by pressing circle if you do not wish to play a card during your turn. You have to pass if you do not have any cards you can play. If all players pass, the turn will end. That seems simple enough. Now for Bankrupt. If the Tycoon is not able to maintain their status during the next round, that player will lose the round and become the beggar. So, yeah, being bankrupt is no bueno. Just saying. Now for revolutions and counters. Playing 4 of the same cards triggers a revolution. And no, it's not the same as a Bowser revolution or Dance Dance revolution. Just saying. So, playing 4 cards triggers the same... 4 of the same cards triggers a revolution, resulting in the value of all cards. Reversing the value of all cards. Repeating this move will return the cards to normal. So in other words, that's a counter. Now for the 8 stop. Playing an 8 card will cause an 8 stop, which forces the turn to end. Players who play the 8 card will get to start the next turn. Pretty neat. So in other words, 8 stops and just 8 cards in general are some of the most powerful cards you can hold in your hand. Same with Jokers. The Joker card is stronger than 2 and 3, and can be used as another number. Also playing the Joker card as shown will trigger a revolution. So it's basically a wild card. So like I mentioned before, it really is like a mix of poker and another game. Now for the final rule, 3 spade reversal. Playing a 3 of spade after a single Joker card will trigger a 3 spade reversal and end the turn. I've never triggered this, so I have no idea what that's like. As far as my records are concerned, I've not really played that many games of Tycoon whatsoever, and I've only played it on the lowest difficulty, so Yeah, I have no idea how to play this game fully. But there are a fair share of challenges that you can get. And each challenge, depending on how hard the challenge is, you will be able to get additional P medals. So that's one way of getting a bunch of medals super quick. Just keep in mind that each challenge is quite different from one another, so let's play a game. We are going to keep it casual just because I'm just showcasing the game in general. I'm not going to be going after every single challenge. Just saying.
I'm first, am I?
Alright, let's start the game. Not too bad of a start, if I do say so myself, so let's try 2.
Pass on to the next person.
Okay, next.
Then pass.
So the reason why I compare this game to Uno, along with poker, is when it comes to this particular game, you want to empty your hand.
Pass.
If you manage to do so, you win the game. And that's really all there is to it.
I say. Pass. I shall pass.
Another thing I will mention too is you want to
Pass.
you want to hold on to your 8 cards if you happen to have any until the last possible moment. Just saying.
I say. Just getting started. No holding back. Pass. There's an order to this.
There. Let's go.
No options. Pass.
Well then.
Let's start
I'm
here.
cutting you off.
Well, that sucked.
Aha, a pair. Pass.
Oh boy, this isn't gonna be good.
Hey, don't finish first.
Pass. I shall pass.
I say.
Pass.
Well, I gotta play
The
this.
time has come. There's an order to this.
And good night.
That's my senpai.
There we go. Tycoon, baby.
Keep it moving.
Thankfully, if you do manage to win the game automatically fast forwards until the end of the round. You can turn this off if you want to, or you can end the game prematurely if you wish. Entirely up to you.
No
I got
options.
nothing.
On to the next person.
Kaboom!
No options.
Okay,
I
this
shall
one.
pass.
This sucks.
There we go. Game set.
Less than ideal.
On to the next round. Alright. Beggar's Yusuke, I need to give up 2 cards. So, let's see. I'm gonna give him the 6 card. And I think I'm gonna give him... I'll give him a 7.
In that case, let us begin.
You.
A fine starting point.
That's nuts.
How could I counter that?
Okay. Ooh, I could trigger a revolution. I think I'll save it for towards the end of the game, or the end of the round, rather.
What are you thinking?
There.
Yeah, I got nothing.
By the way, I'm not sure if aces are considered highs or lows. Let's find out.
Skip me.
I shall pass.
It looks like they're considered highs. So, kind of like Texas Hold'em. Interesting. Honestly, Tycoon is a rather interesting and peculiar game. And the comparison between poker and Uno is really damn strong, if I do say so myself.
Three of spades. Boom.
What?
God damn it!
Let's start
I shall
here.
pass.
Oh,
Really?
I shall pass.
did I just win this? How about
Pass.
a pair?
Pass.
Alright. Try that.
How
No
could
way,
I counter
dude.
that? There.
I'll
Pass.
pass.
How's this?
Yeah.
Fine with me.
I shall
yeah.
pass.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Shall I give you this
I shall
pair?
pass. What's your scheme?
And that's that.
Quite a place.
That's round 2.
I shall pass.
Okay,
Again,
next.
the Casual difficulty is really damn easy, especially if you're first learning the game. Try not to go after the highest difficulty first, especially if you do not understand how to play this game at all. Otherwise, oh sweet merciful Moses, you're going to get absolutely shreked. And it's not exactly fun. As far as Tycoon is concerned, it definitely is a fun little game. And a nice little distraction, especially if you're still working on getting every single in-game achievement and all. So, really, it's not that bad. Okay, as far as what card I'm going to give up, I think I'll give him a 2. Ooh, double Joker.
Let's rock! Here comes a pair.
Okay.
Pass.
I shall pass.
Okay, next.
Then
Pass.
I'll pass.
I shall pass.
Let's do this.
It's over.
Revolution, baby!
Revolution.
So this is how it's gonna be, huh?
Then
Pass.
Pass.
pass. There.
Pass.
I'll pass.
I will wait and watch.
There.
I'm shutting you down.
Nice, Futaba.
All
Start here.
things in order.
And that's game. I win.
Oh, you're good.
And that, as they say, is that.
Okay.
By the way, if you're wondering how many P medals you get for winning on the lowest difficulty setting,
I got
if I have to guess, it's probably roughly 2 or 3 P medals. I could be wrong.
Shall I give you this pair?
There.
Okay.
Perhaps this.
I'll pass.
I shall pass.
Here comes a pair. On out.
Ooh. Good for you.
This should
This
do.
do anything for ya?
On to the next person.
Are you stuck?
Pass.
It's time to finish this game. Now, shall we? That's that.
Oh, I'm a penniless beggar.
Game, set, and match. Winner, Joker. And we even got a little achievement too. Easy Master. Leo. So we got 3 P medals, I think. And I think that's it. Cool. Nice. Not too bad as far as our P medal count is concerned. If you're still trying to unlock absolutely everything in the gallery, and you've run out of in-game achievements and ways to get additional P medals, playing Tycoon is a good way of getting additional P medals. So, nice. By the way, if you want to fast travel, push R1 and you can go to any of the different areas throughout the course of the Thieves Den. So, that's pretty neat. You can even go to the different display models that you can look at here. So that's pretty awesome. Alright, as far as what else there's left to show off, there's really only a couple of things left. I've pretty much shown pretty much everything I possibly could, so now we just need to leave the Thieves Den. And the last thing I'm going to show off in this playthrough are the endings that I have access to. As mentioned previously, there are multiple endings that you can get based on your actions. In total, I believe there are 6 endings. There's 3 in the original Persona 5, and I think 1 or 2 more. No, 3 more. There's the first ending that you can get is if you sell out your friends in the police station during the interrogation on November the 19th. The second bad ending you can get involves accepting the plea deal with the god of control, Yaldabaoth, during that particular confrontational moment just after you lose the first battle against the Cup of Doom. So, to show off this ending, I am going to be loading my very first save file from my very first playthrough. So, let's take a look. Okay, let's ignore that, because I've already shown that off at the very beginning of the playthrough. And thankfully we can skip all these cutscenes for the most part. Alright. Let's do this. So as mentioned previously, the first bad ending you can get in this game, which, funny enough, during my very first playthrough, I almost got it by mistake. And that is, like I mentioned, selling out your friends, and also your confidants too. Alright. Doesn't matter what options I select, until roughly this point. If you select "That's right," this is where you can choose to back out of this option. Am I really making the right choice? You can choose to back out by saying, I can't be. But if you select "I am," the choice is locked in, and that's the end. That's the end of your playthrough, and you have to start over via New Game Plus. Although, this is more like a nerfed version of New Game Plus, where you will not be able to carry over hardly anything at all, so keep that in mind. Getting a bad ending, yeah, it allows you to restart your playthrough if you feel like you've gotten severely screwed over, but the consequences are you can't really carry much of anything over, period, as far as I know. So, let's see what the first bad ending is.
As I thought. You've made a wise choice. Thank you. I'll do my best with what you've told me. I honestly expected you to have more of a backbone. It seems your reputation precedes you.
I believe the next scene is essentially the same as the last one, so there's really no need to watch it again. So fast-forwarding it, honestly, is not a bad idea. Plus, less chance of getting a Content ID match for the song Desire again. Nice out of sync.
For all of this. Thanks. That's right. You and your little friends were vital to our plan.
Oh, right. There was an additional moment where, oops, I kind of screwed up. Where Sai does mention, for the most part, after this particular conversation with Akechi, she says, I got him to talk about his teammates. And he's like, is that so? I better perform well myself. I can't leave here without some kind of evidence now. Good luck in there. Foolish woman.
And now it will be completed.
I feel like I failed to accomplish something important. Don't want to... Here we go. And thus Joker is shot in the head, execution style.
Hey! Someone! He's dead! He's killed himself! Damn it! Where did he hide a gun?
Again, the scene pretty much plays out as if you were able to continue the game. Just saying.
In the end, your rehabilitation was not carried through. It appears I have overestimated you.
You incompetent prisoner! The assistance that we provided was all for naught.
Our game has ended. Ruin shall be coming momentarily. Enjoy spending the rest of your life in there, repenting for your actions.
So yeah, Joker is dead, and now he must spend the rest of his afterlife stuck in limbo forevermore. And that's the first bad ending. We still have several more endings to show off yet, including the ending that you get for completing the original Persona 5, which is considered the true ending, but not the absolute true ending. what's really cool and mystique about this particular bad ending, or just the bad ending for this game, or no, just for this bad ending and the second bad ending for the original Persona 5, is this particular song right here that would normally play when you're exploring the depths of Mementos. Yeah, the song plays during all the bad endings, with the exception of, I believe, one. And that is for accepting Dr. Maruki's reality, which I will be showing that particular ending off relatively soon. So, what's really interesting now is, as we sit through the credits sequence, I'm not exactly sure what else to talk about at this moment, but one major difference is at the very end of the credits, is instead of saying Fin to signify the end, it just says end in red, indicating that the ending you got was the bad ending, or one of the bad endings that you can get in the game. What's kind of funny is that when people speedrun this game, they do not consider the bad ending to be any percent. Any percent, purely by definition, is completing the game as fast as humanly possible. For whatever reason, in the speedrunning community for Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal, they do not classify any percent as getting the first bad ending you can. No, they classify it as getting the true ending. Which, that does make more sense in the grand scheme of things, but at the same time, it's still kind of weird considering the definition of any percent. But that's just me and my silly opinion. What about you? Do you feel the same as well? Even if you don't, that's up to you. So, I guess at this point, while we're going over all the bad endings at this point, might as well go ahead and give my final thoughts on the playthrough as a whole and just the game in general. So what's bleh. First off, as I've mentioned numerous times throughout this playthrough, this is an excellent JRPG. And when it comes to this game in particular, previously I had no interest in Shin Megami Tensei, nor was I a fan of Persona. In fact, I had no interest in that whatsoever. However, when Persona 5 Royal was being released, it did curate my interest a little bit. And what really set my mind into overdrive and say, yeah, I gotta check this game out, is when I saw a shitpost called Persona 5 Be Like, which is one of the most well put together shitposts I've ever seen. And it's the first episode of Family Guy when Peter Griffin is in the shopping mall and he's getting gifts for his family. It's a really funny and hilarious shitpost if you really think about it. And like I mentioned, it is very well put together for being a shitpost. So I would recommend looking up that particular shitpost and just watch it for yourself. So, again, that's what I recommend, at least in my opinion. When I first played through the game, it was a very wild ride for sure, and yeah, mistakes were definitely made along the way. And during my very first playthrough, I didn't even get the chance to unlock the third semester, because I had no idea it was tied to Dr. Maruki's confidant, until my second playthrough where I managed to look up that information and managed to unlock the third semester. And what's even more interesting is that during my first playthrough, I did manage to max out most of my social stats except for one, which was, I believe, Guts. I only managed to get that up to level 4. And during my second playthrough, I managed to max it out completely, which was excellent. So that meant confidant grinding and stuff like that was a lot easier. Honestly, New Game Plus is definitely the way to go when it comes to maxing out the game 100%. During your first playthrough, I would highly recommend that you just go at the game at your own pace. Do what you can, and if you can't do absolutely everything, hell, if you can't even unlock the third semester, it's no big deal. New Game Plus is very much a thing, and I would highly recommend that you take advantage of it as much as you possibly can. I'm just saying, you will thank me later. If you choose to play the game for yourself, which I'd highly recommend that you do. Who knows, maybe you're like me, where you previously didn't have any interest in Persona 5 or just Persona in general, or even Shin Megami Tensei either. Maybe you're like me, where you had no interest whatsoever, but then as soon as you start playing this game, you may develop an interest after all. So with me, this made me a fan of Persona, and I am interested in possibly checking out some of the Shin Megami Tensei games, like Shin Megami Tensei 5, although I'm not really rushing out the door to buy that particular game right now because, well, first off, it is a Switch exclusive, second, I'm poor AF, and third, there are some other games over the horizon I kind of want to get my hands on first, and fourthly, I kind of want to save some cash so I can get myself another graphics card, so that way I'm not running these streams on the frickin' potato. Either that or get a new PC. But that's just me. I also want to pick up Pokemon Legends Arceus. That is another game I really want to get my hands on. And hopefully I'll be able to get my hands on said game within the next month. Or really, really soon. But, there we go. That's the first bad ending. We still got several more to showcase here. If you load your clear data, you will be able to inherit some of your progress on a new playthrough. Be careful as you will not be able to resume from where you left off if you overwrite data. Let's see. What can we overwrite that we can technically sacrifice? It's not going to be these two files here in particular. Although... Very good question. What to overwrite? 126 in LeBlanc. That is from my second playthrough for file 8. You know what? I think I'll go ahead and overwrite this one, maybe? I'm definitely not overwriting this one or this one for sure. Or that one, God forbid. Okay. Made a decision. File 8 is being overwritten. So, now it's marked as complete. There is a difference between this particular completed save file and other completed save files. So, let's exit. Now, as far as showing off the next bad ending, I will show that off in a minute, but let's see what we can carry over from a bad ending New Game Plus file. We're not actually going to start the game, but I just wanted to show this off. So, for a bad ending New Game Plus, you can carry over the Persona Compendium, enemy analysis information, social stats, HP, SP increases, and Jazz Club cocktail effects. As far as items, you can carry over equipment, gun customization, skill cards, dart sets, fishing pole, permapick, money, challenge battle scores and rewards, stamps collected, and total playtime. We're not going to worry about this. Instead, we're just going to reopen the game. I know it seems kind of ludicrous that we're doing that. Now that I think about it, when it comes to the New Game Plus rewards, I think they're the same regardless if you get a bad ending or not. So I could be wrong in that regard. So if you really do feel like you've gotten screwed over throughout the course of your playthrough and you really, really want to try to unlock absolutely everything, getting a bad ending may not be a bad idea. Although I can't say if that's absolutely the best idea and the best course of action, but even so, it's still something you could do. Alright, next, we got another bad ending that I'm going to be showing off here. As far as the next bad ending, you can get this on December 24th. And of course you have to accept the God of Control's offer. To do this, And the best way to do this is I did make another save file around the December 24th date. So that way we can very quickly get to that particular point. And to make things even faster, I'm going to lower the difficulty to safe. Safe difficulty allows you to enjoy the story without pressure. When defeated in battle, you have unlimited retries. Because of the radical difference in difficulty of safe mode, you will not be able to revert this setting. Are you sure you wish to change difficulty? Yes, I do. So, if you think of it this way, changing the difficulty to safe, it's kind of the opposite effect of Persona 5 Strikers, where if you start a New Game Plus run on Merciless difficulty, then you will not be able to revert the change. What's even more interesting is in Persona 5 Strikers Merciless, you have to commit to the difficulty selection at the very start of the playthrough. If you don't, then you won't be able to select Merciless at all. Okay.
This is...
Actually, hold on. I need to rearrange my party. Grab Haru, Makoto, and I think I'm gonna bring in Ryuji too. Okay, that'll work. I had one too many party members. Oops.
This is...
Okay. We don't need to really watch any more cutscenes here, so we're just gonna fast forward and just try to get over this crap as fast as humanly possible. So, in order to show off the second bad ending, the best course of action is just to rush the Holy Grail. I don't know if it's possible to die.
Let's hurry up.
I don't know if it's possible to die here or not, but just in case, we're just going to rush through every possible thing that we can possibly do here. Just so that way we can show off all the... We can get to that particular point as fast as humanly possible. So first... Okay, there we go. Managed to get out of that phase. So now we have to deal with Justine and Caroline beating the ever-loving piss out of us. And calling us incompetent fools. After that, we'll also have to deal with achieving the final confidant rank for Igor. Oh, okay. I guess we have to deal with this now. Right, we gotta deal with the fact... Ow, okay. To be honest, that's really not that bad, considering we are playing on safe difficulty. Speaking of safe difficulty, if you want to know how that works, your experience gained on safe difficulty is multiplied by 1.5 times. This also stacks with another accessory, which increases your XP gain by 1.5. So in other words, on safe difficulty, you can gain as high as 3 times the amount of experience. You also earn more money, and enemies deal less damage to you. And I think you also deal more damage too on the lowest difficulty. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works. I don't have the difficulty scale chart in front of me, so I can't say for sure. I can't say for sure if that is exactly how it works. But I'm just spitballing here and saying, yeah, that is kind of how it works. If this is your first time or your first playthrough of Persona 5, or Persona 5 Royal for that matter, one thing I would recommend you do is not play the game on Merciless. Unless you reach Okumura's Palace, in which case, switching the difficulty to Merciless may not be a bad idea for the Okumura boss fight, mainly due to the 3 times damage for weaknesses as well as technical damage. That'll make the fight a bit easier. I know it sounds crazy considering that Okumura's boss fight is such a huge difficulty spike and one of the biggest spikes in the entire game. In fact, it kinda is. Just saying. May not be a bad idea to try something drastic like that, but that's just me and my silly little opinion. In fact, I think a lot of people will have the same sort of testament too. So, that's something to keep in mind. Oh, one other thing I haven't really mentioned here is, you know how everyone has this reaction of, what the hell's going on here, and why is it that no one else is seeing this? Apparently, Kasumi was supposed to have some sort of reaction too, but for whatever reason, it goes unused. I don't know if you can access it via the debug menu or not. I could have swore you could. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I'm not 100% sure. I never attempted to modify this game whatsoever, and I don't plan to anytime soon. Okay, let's try to get through this as fast as we possibly can. Again, I really wish I could just skip this scene outright, but here we are. One thing that is super nice, though, is when it comes to battles themselves, you can execute a rush, which not only rushes your own actions to automatically execute melee attacks, but it'll also rush the enemies too. So, in other words, whatever moves they're going to use, they will use them on you.
Here goes.
And they'll also be fast-forwarded too. So keep that in mind.
No, what is...
Kind of interesting to see that throughout all my playthroughs, Joker's HP has been reduced to 1 throughout every encounter, from normal difficulty all the way to merciless. But on a safe difficulty, you don't have to worry about that. So that's pretty neat. You just have to survive or just go through a certain number of turns. Once you manage to do so, then you can proceed to the next part. Okay. Okay.
I hope she...
Let's see.
But to be a human has reached. You've surprised you truly.
Okay, right. We still gotta go through this.
All right.
Would be boop boop boop? What is this deal you mentioned, my friend?
Should you wish it?
Revert the world. Could he be telling the truth?
You forcefully dragged him into the metaverse and imposed an ordeal he did not deserve. Yet you still intend on toying with him?
The Phantom, what say you?
If I agree to this, the ruined city will return to normal. However, the people will remain trapped, abandoning their ability to think for themselves. Is this really how the world should be? Well, this time, let's actually accept the offer. Very well.
Our contract has been sealed, then.
It's a good deal.
A pact between a false god and a human we placed our hopes on. Even we could not have predicted this. You have even undone my master's wish. You are a trickster after all.
You truly are a child of man. It seems you couldn't win against your own desires. There is no need to be ashamed. I shall grant you that wish.
We have breaking news on the hospital connected with trafficking children's organs. Several hospital directors admitted their involvement, contrary to earlier statements denying such.
Sickening.
A calling card was delivered, so it is speculated that the Phantom Thieves are at it once again. On to other news. A fire broke out at a condominium, and multiple people were injured. Heinous crimes, such as arson and burglary, are on the rise. Police caution everyone to be vigilant.
Society's really gone down the drain. You better stay out of trouble, you hear me?
I hear you, my dude. I hear you. Although, we're kind of causing trouble already.
The police have officially withdrawn the arrest warrant on the Phantom Thieves. the investigation, citing they were inadequate for the task. Due to a drastic change in policy, it is speculated that they had a change of heart as well.
Ah, so the police were in the wrong after all. They're the ones who must have been doing shady stuff.
There's no way the Phantom Thieves could be evil.
The actions of the Phantom Thieves show no sign of stopping. Change of heart police reports have already surpassed 100 cases.
Jesus.
Only 100? I thought it would have been double that already.
Yeah, I know what you mean. We see news on them every day.
Meanwhile, there are reports that the rate of crimes and suicides are declining.
Oh, will things be all right? Our child's going to be born soon.
It just means that more cases are being exposed thanks to the Phantom Thieves. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll do something about all that.
As far as what that something is, the world will never know. Considering the Trickster has tricked the populace in more ways than one. And that is the second bad ending. As for my overall thoughts and opinions, on to as far as the first ending is concerned, it is depressing to see that Joker unfortunately kicked the can thanks to Akechi just being everyday Akechi. Meh, so sad. Not that I really care. Because, again, I avoided that fate rather easily. Although I almost stumbled into it like a frickin' goober. As far as the second bad ending is concerned, it is rather peculiar to see just how messed up society has truly become. And with the whole change of heart cases being on the rise, according to the news reports and all, sure, even though they said it was over 100 cases, if you looked at Joker's eyes and just his evil smile towards the very end of the whole ending sequence, it seems like there are many, many more changes of heart happening. What's even more interesting is that since you submitted to the God of Control in this ending, it seems to me that the God of Control is controlling Joker too. Not just him, but his friends and just everything in between. That is the God of Control for you. He will attempt to control absolutely everyone and everything by whatever means necessary. Although it is kind of interesting that even if you refuse his deal, why is it that the God of Control does not attempt to control Joker right then and there along with his friends? I don't get it. Will it be due to Lavenza interfering? That could be a possibility. That or the God of Control just wanted to play with Joker and his friends like playthings and just show the mass populace that, yeah, there is only God who you need to worship. You don't need to take things into your own hands. Hell no. At least that's his viewpoint. Maybe I'm digging too deep into it, but that's my guess on what the God of Control's intention is. And why it is that he even does something like this. So, yeah, that's basically the second ending in a nutshell. When Joker submits to the God of Control, everyone loses their will to think for themselves, and yeah, it's kind of a more messed up version of Dr. Maruki's alternate reality thing, and his reality manipulation thing. How? Well, when it comes to something like that in particular, unlike Dr. Maruki, who actually lets Joker and his friends decide amongst themselves if the reality he created was, worth living in, the God of Control is like, nah, no way. It is not worth it. I am taking control of everything, whether you like it or not, so screw you. At least with Dr. Maruki, with him, he gives Joker that choice, even though he pleads with him twice throughout the course of the third semester. Speaking of the third semester, that particular ending, I will be showing that off next. Even though it would make the most sense to start showing off the true ending that you can get with the original Persona 5, there is more to that particular ending I want to show off. And this is what happens on December 24th when Akechi doesn't show up to take the fall for Joker. So in other words, we're going to be getting the intended scene of what is supposed to happen in reality. And I'll be saving that particular ending and that piece of the ending for after we show off the next bad ending where you accept Dr. Markey's reality. I wonder though, are we going to reach 4 hours by the time we get done here? Probably not. Who knows? But like I said, I am showing off all the endings that I possibly have access to. And as mentioned previously, I don't know if the final Markey ending with accepting his reality is the final cinema piece I need in order to complete that particular part of the Thieves Den. Or if it's the true ending where Akechi doesn't show up during the cutscene. Which, if you really think about it, the absolute true ending where Akechi does show up, there's not much of a difference between that particular version of the scene and the one where you don't max out his confidant and he doesn't show up. In fact, I think the only difference is that the sequence is shortened to the point where Joker is looking out the window and he sees a reflection of his Phantom Thief attire and his Phantom Thief self. Just like in the absolute true ending, just after he thought he heard Akechi walk by. And then he saw the Phantom Thief attire on himself via the reflection on his face. You know what I mean? What that means to me when he sees that is that a sequel was definitely in the works. Which, funny enough, during Persona 5 Royal's development, it was being developed alongside the direct sequel for the game, Persona 5 Strikers. So, yeah, if you're wondering if I'm going to be covering that game, yes, I most definitely will. I will be covering Persona 5 Strikers in the future. As far as when, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe in the summer I will cover Persona 5 Strikers. Of course, that's the plan. Of course, plans change. And they can change on the fly. Speaking of plans changing on the fly, as far as my next playthrough is concerned, yeah, it is going to be Super Mario Sunshine as I planned originally. However, after that, I did have some other games planned, but since my graphics card shat the bed, the first one anyway, the 980 Ti, well, one thing I will, shoot. Okay, file 8. This is the one I want to overwrite. Okay. Now for the final bad ending that you can get in this game. And the final bad ending can be achieved if you accept Dr. Markey's reality. There are 2 opportunities to receive this bad ending. The first is when you first encounter Dr. Markey as he's holding Samiri in his arms. The second is on February 2nd, right here. Funny enough, on this particular save file, this is the one I have set up for when I defeated both the twins and Lavenza. So, here we go. Let's go. Let's have a nice long chat with Dr. Markey, and we'll accept his proposal this time around.
The reality I created may seem distorted from your point of view, but it's a reality where everyone is happy. If you just stay, you'll never have to suffer the pain of loss, or the pain from having people and things stolen away from you.
Like you have?
So, you saw what happened with Rumi.
That I did. What are you getting at, by the way?
What do these two have to do with...
The relationship you two share.
It's very unusual. That much I know. This is pretty much the same sort of thing as before. So, yeah, I'm letting this play out as per usual. And the reason why I'm getting Akechi involved in this scene is because of his reaction for accepting Maruki's reality. It is absolutely goddamn priceless.
So what? That's the path I chose. All you have to do is stick to your guns and challenge Maruki. Or are you really so spineless that you'd fold over some bullshit trivial threat on my life?
This isn't trivial, dude.
It is. Do you think I'd be happy with this? Being shown mercy now, of all times. I don't want to be pitied. This isn't something I'm debating with you. Your indecisiveness on the matter is essentially a betrayal of my wishes. I want to hear you say it aloud. What do you intend to do?
If we fight against Maruki and win, we'll return to the original reality, but Akechi will die.
I won't wait a moment longer. Answer me.
Well, after really considering our options, we're taking the offer.
Are you serious?
I am.
Then I'll ask again. What do you intend to do? Are you serious?
I am serious. I did not mean to select, I misspoke. Whoops.
Well, I have your answer. There's nothing left I can say. Our deal's off.
Did I really make the right decision? And that is a big fat no. But this quote-unquote bad ending is honestly one of my favorites. Speaking of the bad ending here, one fun fact about it is if you accept Dr. Maruki's offer back in January, you'll automatically be teleported to February the 3rd, so that's something to keep in mind. Where am I?
What's wrong? You seem out of it.
What's going on here?
Is that some kind of joke? Come on, wake up, Mr. Party Planner. This whole get-together was your idea.
You know, something hit me a while back. We're the same age. You don't have to be so polite to me. Oh, you're right.
Also, here's something super scary, is even if you had Samiri reveal her name, during the bad ending here, with accepting Dr. Maruki's reality, her name changes back to Kasumi. So she's back to having her identity crisis. Isn't that great? And Hornet's Nest is only going to get even more riled up as things go on.
But, Futaba-senpai, I still think of you that way.
Then as your senpai, I order you to speak casually to me, and no senpai.
Got it. Hi, Futaba? Was that, casual enough?
I'd say it's more awkward, if anything.
Thank you, Futaba-senpai.
Nice.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I mean, my bad.
It's no biggie. Just go with whatever's easier for you. Your senpai allows it.
Attention, everybody! It's Ehomaki time! I'm gonna do my thing. Just gotta make a wish, then eat this whole thing in one shot. So, what direction am I supposed to face for this to be good luck?
It says that's north-northwest of here, and a bit to the right, so Roughly that way.
How much is a bit, though?
I'll figure it out. Don't say a word to me until I'm done, got it? I gotta eat the whole thing without talking for the wish to come true. Watch this!
Do we actually have to watch this?
Apparently so.
I'd be hard-pressed to call this picturesque.
Do you really think eating an entire roll of sushi could grant your wish?
I prefer throwing beans for luck. Drive them demons away. Sojiro, you be the demon this year.
And are you going to be the one who cleans up afterwards?
Come on, Ryuji-senpai. You can do it.
Thanks.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Good grief.
Well, that's Ryuji for you.
Sorry.
Me too. But I really do appreciate all of my senpai cheering me on.
That's right, we're cheering you on. We've got your back no matter what. After all, this is where you belong.
Yeah, we'll always be together. And that goes for all of you.
Everyone looks happy.
Fine. I'll just try again.
Still at it, huh?
So we'll always be together, huh? I sure hope so.
We were in a very complicated situation, and I'm not certain, but maybe this is all for the best. I can't say I agree or disagree with that statement.
That was quite the bash. Nice work putting that all together.
Thank you, and thank you for helping me out.
You're the one who did all the real work. Hey, can I ask you something?
What's up?
So, I've been thinking for a while now, if it's good with you.
What is it, Sojiro? Say it!
And I'll make sure to talk to your parents about it too, okay? But at least until you're done with high school and all. Would you maybe like to keep staying at the cafe? And maybe even after graduation, you could... What do you say?
Wow, I'd love to.
Really? Well, I'd better get the ball rolling tomorrow then. Things sure are cooking up around here.
Oh yeah, they're definitely cooking something up alright. And, by the way, Akechi being nice, if he's happy, that's not Akechi at all. Just saying. And him being all happy-going without killing anyone, that's not my Akechi.
Thanks.
Makoto's last big speech as council president got me all teared up. That was such a nice ceremony.
Hey, let me see.
Okay.
You gotta do that to be officially graduated.
Aren't you feeling even a bit sentimental? This year really flew by, didn't it? We made so many memories together. I might even remember those better than what we did in school.
Yeah. But it is gonna suck not seeing you two at school anymore.
Don't worry, I'll be attending here starting in April.
For real?
I'll be bringing the lunches, so you better get psyched. Sojiro's gonna teach me how to cook.
Oh right, you're gonna be here too.
Don't forget about me either. Maybe I should become a high schooler as well.
Ooh, will you? That sounds like fun!
Perhaps I should also transfer to Shujin.
Makoto-senpai! Haru-senpai! You came to the ceremony?
I wanted to tell you, in person. Congratulations on your graduation.
Thank you. I have an idea. Why don't we take a group picture?
Oh yeah!
And I'll serve as your cameraman.
Hello there, Akechi.
Akechi-kun! We haven't seen you since the pep rally. I've been meaning to ask. What are your plans after high school, Akechi-kun?
I'm thinking about going freelance. Considering how busy I've been up to now, I think I've earned at least a year or so of taking it easy.
Yeah.
Don't turn into a shut-in. Got it?
Thanks for the warning. Now, everyone gather up over there.
Would you rather I take that for you? You're all friends, right?
Hello there. Want to know something interesting? The man in the hat, believe it or not, that is Dr. Maruki.
Okay, ready?
AKA the person who rules all of reality now. Well then.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
And again, Akechi saying thank you. That's not our Akechi. Goodbye, Maruki. Again, when it comes to this whole messed up reality thing, Joker knows that this whole thing is completely messed up. Not just him either, but even Akechi knows what's up. So, that's the third bad ending that you can get in this game. And let me tell you folks, this quote-unquote bad ending is honestly my favorite ending. No joke, it is probably my favorite ending out of all of them in the game. The reason as to why is just because of how thought-provoking this truly is. And it's one of the most well-executed endings in the entire game. If you get an ending like this, you would think that this is actually a good ending or the true ending, but as soon as the credits finish rolling, you'll soon see that this is not a good ending. I mean, not 100% a good ending, you know? But in my honest opinion, like I said, this is my favorite ending just because of how many thoughts can swirl in your mind, especially if you experience the true ending of the game and you know how things are supposed to play out. And one thing I really like when it comes to this particular bad ending is just seeing how happy everyone is. After all the shit that everyone's been through in this entire game, it is nice to see that everyone finally has their desired reality just actualized, you know? Like with Makoto finally having her father back, Futaba having her mother come back to life and, you know, being a mom, you know what I mean? Plus, with President Okumura being back as well, that's something else. Speaking of resurrecting the dead, why is it that Maruki didn't bring back Yusuke's mother? I mean, he clearly has the power to resurrect the dead, so why is it that she's not back? Why is it that Yusuke's still working with Madarame, and yet his mother's not around? That's something else that's very thought-provoking. At least to me. Although, is it really that thought-provoking? Let me know your thoughts. Do you feel the same way I do? Let me know if you're watching this on YouTube in the future in the comments section down below. Or if you're here on Twitch, then let me know your thoughts here in the chat right now. Although looking at my view count, yeah, I don't think anyone's really here besides me and myself. Yeah, I know, I'm sad. But yeah, it is nice seeing the way this ending is. Speaking of resurrecting the dead once more, to bring that up one more time, if Kasumi and her twin sister, if the real Kasumi is considered dead and Samiri feels responsible for her death, why is it that Dr. Maruki didn't bring Kasumi back either? Really makes you think. And I'm kind of digging a little too deep into this as well. But what can I say? I question video game logic, although in this instance it's not really video game logic. I'm questioning the writing. As mentioned before, this game is excellent, And the writing in this game especially, I really love the writing and the way the story was told. And the many different endings that you can get in this game, both good and bad. I definitely am a fan, and I really wish we could see this in other games. In fact, we have. Although, I kind of wish something like this would seep into Pokemon, but that's just me. Although, we don't need to go that extreme. Although, maybe something like that does exist. And I just don't even realize what it is. I have a sneaking suspicion it involves Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, but I could be wrong in that regard entirely. And again, I'm digging far too deep. Digging far too deep into a rabbit hole that just does not exist. Who knows, man? We've been going on for nearly 4 hours now, and we still have one more ending to show off here. And once that ending is shown off, that's the end of the game and the end of the playthrough altogether. I'm dead freaking serious, folks. It's hard to believe how far we've come when it comes to this game. And it's also hard to believe that it has taken me almost an entire year to complete this game. Sure, I've had a few breaks in between, plus with my PC kind of breaking on me. That was an unintended 2 to 3 week hiatus, just because of the whole PC problem shit. Unfortunately, these things happen sometimes. And the reason why I really want to save up for a brand new PC is I'm not too sure how much longer this old girl will keep going. I mean, I'm going to keep her going as long as I possibly can. And I will consider getting a new graphics card over getting a new computer first and foremost. But it really depends on how things play out over the course of 2022. As far as our financial situation, it's kind of been thrown into the frickin' gutter. I mean, I am trying to survive here, just like the rest of us in the world. But even so, I'm just saying, things aren't looking too good right now. But we are trying to get by, and we most certainly will continue to survive, like we always have. But why am I talking about my own financial troubles here, even though we're talking about the endings of Persona 5 Royal right now? Honestly, it's just because I'm trying to come up with different topics and different things to talk about during these ending sequences. Just because. Sometimes digging into really deep thoughts and deep conversations like this is one really good way of stirring up the conversation, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's the end. Although, the text this time is white and not red. So, is it really a bad ending? Yes. Yes, it is. Because it should say Finn. Ooh, Thieves Den updated. So apparently that was the last scene that I needed to unlock for the Thieves Den. Pretty neat. Alright, where is file 8? Here it is. Another sacrificial lamb. Alright. Only one more ending to go, and then we can bring this playthrough to a close at last. And that is December 24th in the Shibuya Station Square. Let's do this. Shut up. This takes place after defeating the God of Control and refusing his offer.
I didn't expect to find the world's savior alone on Christmas Eve.
I think for the most part this scene plays out like normal.
I'll be blunt. I want you to turn yourself in to the police.
Why?
Your testimony will be necessary in order to prove Shido guilty. However, that will mean placing you on center stage. You'll be treated as a hero who saved this country, But there's no way that the police or the public prosecutors will let that slide. They'll lose face to you and the Phantom Thieves. If that happens, there's no telling what they'll do to you or your teammates. There's even the possibility that they'll fabricate a crime and move to arrest you all.
Jesus, man!
If you turn yourself into the police, you'll definitely be arrested. And there's your past record. The police and prosecution will strike there. They'll treat your arrest as grave misconduct and revoke your probation. You'll most likely be sent to juvenile hall and placed in solitary confinement. They'll be content as long as they get a testimony without the Phantom Thieves being hailed as heroes. That should guarantee the safety of your teammates. Or rather, I'll make sure it's guaranteed. I'll close all the cases surrounding Shido. I intend to expose them all. It's to prevent society from becoming distorted again. That's what you want too, isn't it?
It most certainly is. We succeeded in changing not only Shido's heart, but that of the general public as well. The cognitive metaverse has disappeared too, along with the malevolent god. However, it sounds like my testimony is necessary for them to find Shido guilty. But there's no knowing what the police would do. They never let a Phantom Thief be the hero. Having said that, my testimony would at least keep my teammates safe. They know I was acting out of line while under probation, though. This might be the only way to ensure all our efforts don't go to waste.
This is almost like a final deal between the two of us. I'll ask you once more. I'd like for you to turn yourself into the police, of your own accord.
I'll save my teammates, no matter what.
Thank you. I had a feeling you'd say that. Leave the rest to us. Alright, let's go.
Around this point is when Akechi normally shows up, but if you don't max out as confidant or don't unlock the third semester, then that is when he doesn't show up. Keep that in mind. I have a message. It seems to be an invite to spend time together. Is something wrong? I need a little more time, please. Very well. You can turn yourself in tomorrow morning. I know that I should hold back feelings like this, given our situation. But it's Christmas Eve. I want to spend it together with you. Do you think we could walk around the city a bit, and then head back to your room? So, this is my first playthrough's profile, or my first playthrough save file. In other words, as I've mentioned previously, when I first got the option to romance Makoto in that playthrough, during my very first playthrough, Makoto was the one I had Joker fall for. So, yeah, we're spending time with Makoto, and I am actually going to be able to show off the Christmas date with her. Thank you. That sounds great. I'm over in Shibuya now. Let's meet up in front of the station. I should head over to our meeting place. That we should. I figured I might as well use the save file to kill two birds with one stone, so at least we don't miss out on anything super important. Makoto and I roamed the snowy Shibuya streets for quite some time.
Everywhere is quite crowded during the Christmas season. Plus, all the couples look so happy together.
Did you have fun?
Yes. So, what should we do now? We're finally alone together. This isn't any different than usual, is it?
You make every moment special, Makoto.
How can you say that with a straight face?
You won't be able to see Makoto again after tomorrow. Spent a long time talking.
Oh, yes. Here. It's a present for you.
Thank you.
I hope you like it. Handle it with care.
That I will.
I don't mean to change the subject so suddenly. But my sister has been handling the Shido case. Seems like she's run into some trouble. I'm not quite sure on what, though. All she's told me is that they're having a hard time getting people to testify against him. I trust my sister, and I'm sure she'll do her job well, but it's a little scary, not knowing what might happen.
If that happens, there's no telling what they'll do to you or your teammates. There's even the possibility that they'll fabricate a crime and move to arrest you all.
I have to turn myself in to make sure Makoto stays safe. But telling her about it would only cause her to panic.
What's wrong?
It's nothing. Sorry.
I'm sorry for bringing up such a strange topic. On Christmas Eve, no less. I'll be going now.
I'll walk you back.
No. I'm fine.
If you say so, honey.
Hey. You're keeping something from me, aren't you?
Wow, how'd you figure that out?
Never mind. Good night.
Well, made Makoto worry. Even so, this is the only way. Well, that was a rather sour Christmas date. Oh well, it's fine.
The public prosecutor's office finally decided today to break its long-standing silence. It seems there was consensus to try Representative Shido for the countless crimes he confessed. Furthermore, many demands have been made for Representative Shido to resign from his public position. Nationwide protests have begun in support of holding new elections, and an internet proposal has...
I'm surprised so much changed in just one night. It's pretty impressive. But the kids...
Merry Christmas! Huh? Why do you look so down? What are you crying about, Futaba? You guys get in a fight or something?
Hey, Ryuji.
What's up with this gloomy vibe?
Do you not know how to read the room?
Mako-chan, what's wrong?
It's okay. I'll explain.
What the hell?
I don't comprehend. The hero who saved this nation is now living in juvenile hall?
It's just how the system works. Don't let it get to you.
I did my best to discuss the options, but nothing I said could change the outcome.
Damn it! This can't be happening!
Are we supposed to just agree to this? I can't do that! Me neither!
I must object as well.
Wanting to interrogate him makes sense, but the measures following were questionable at best.
All that crap about his record and probation was bullshit! He didn't do any of that!
Won't everything just cancel out if Shido tells the whole truth?
That won't be enough. Remember what my sister said before? In order to overturn a sentence, you need definitive evidence that proves the subject's innocence.
Evidence? How are we gonna find anything like that? I mean... the police were in on all that crap too. So any proof they got's probably been destroyed.
Futaba, is there any way you can use your computer to find information?
I'll do what I can, but don't put too much faith in it. It's not some kind of almighty device. The metaverse doesn't exist anymore either. I wonder what Mona-chan would say if he were here right now.
He'd likely laugh and tell us how foolish we all are.
And he would say it in that high and mighty tone of his.
That guy was real annoying. Now that he's gone, it feels... you know, guess we really did count on him a lot.
The hope of humanity.
I wish I could do something to help our leader.
Morgana'd be ashamed of us sitting around here moping like this. Honestly, I don't know what we should do. But if we give up, we'll never save him. Didn't he save all of you? If we aren't gonna act now, when will we? We gotta do something!
Yeah, now's not the time to be hanging our heads.
What can we do without using the metaverse?
Maybe we'll be able to find something if we search around.
Let's just calm down and think about it. We've escaped death countless times before. There's no doubt we can do this.
That's right. Let's go!
We're gonna save our leader, no matter what it takes!
We will now begin the interrogation. You acted as the leader of the Phantom Thieves that undermined our society. Is that correct?
That's right.
Good. Just keep answering our questions like that. As leader of the Phantom Thieves, you committed a number of crimes. Illegal entrance into the Madarame residence and Okumura Foods, destruction of property, and the broadcast signal intrusion the other day was in violation of the radio law. There are some other infractions as well. On top of all that, you have a past history of crime, correct? Your transport to Juvenile Hall has been decided. We will transfer you in the coming days.
Now then, on to December 31st. What's kind of hilarious is I don't think I've shown off this particular scene in the playthrough.
Just look at them all party down there. They don't even know. Guess that's fine.
I wish he could be here with us.
That said, we have our cellular phones, yes? Was there truly a need to meet?
Our next move's important. We gotta get pumped.
Besides, don't you think it's nice talking in person?
It is, actually. Happy New Year! Even though it's February. Going into March.
New Year's Eve. It seems rowdier this year, doesn't it? We'll need to brace ourselves.
I'm going to try contacting my father's associates.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds like we're set. We must succeed, no matter the cost.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Really?
Now that we know the name, all we need is an address. You're right. We'll succeed if we all do it together. Sis has yet to say anything, but I believe she's looking into possible actions as well. Sis has yet to say anything. As for me, I will look into every viable solution. Thanks. Make sure you give my regards to Shiho-san.
I think the scenes at this point are pretty much the same as the Confidant maxed out scenes as they would normally play out. In this particular playthrough, I didn't max out every single Confidant, just a fairly decent number of them, Makoto being one. Another, I think, being Mishima. I'm not sure who else I got maxed out, but I think the dialogue is pretty much the same, regardless.
Getting their help as well?
So, since that's gonna be the case more than likely, we might as well go ahead and fast forward through these scenes. Also, yeah, I did max out Takemi's Confidant too. Just keep in mind, this is all from my very first playthrough. So out of all Confidants, I managed to max out 3 of them. And there's still many, many more.
My own. You were...
Yeah, pretty much the same. Same as before. As if you completed the third semester, just minus the mentioning of Akechi. And him being, well, dead. Just saying. Because we all know he was already dead to begin with. Valentine's Day. Getting kind of close to it, huh? Okay, so I think for the next scene here, I'm not too sure if there's a Valentine's Day date or not with this particular playthrough. Since I have not unlocked the third semester and all. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll find out in a few moments. Well, regardless of what's happening here, I'll probably just reload to my save file on 319, which is the final in-game day, where you go around and say goodbye to everyone. And if you're wondering if I'm reloading the one from my main playthrough file, no. It's gonna be the one from my very first playthrough, which is this one here. Not from this particular save file, as that's assigned to a different slot. Also, hi Mona, how you doing? Again, I'm pretty sure it's the same as for the third semester, so yeah, no need to worry too much about it. If it isn't, my apologies, but we are kind of pressed for time here. For quite a while. Again, it pretty much is the same scene from what I can tell. So maybe we're not really missing much of anything, except maybe the initial reactions and all. But that's really about it. To be honest, I kind of wanted oh, I guess we do get a Valentine's Day scene. Neat. By the way, if you're wondering if I'm going to be showing off the Valentine's date with Makoto, I don't really plan to. Because I'm pretty sure it's the exact same, just with different dialogue as the one I showed off between Joker and Samiri.
Oh, yeah, you should have just told me.
Sorry to barge in like this.
Here, I'll leave the store to you. Here. Enjoy yourselves.
He was quite considerate. Thank you for agreeing to spend this time with me.
Make yourself at home.
Okay. Oh, yes, I want you to have this. I considered making it by hand. Would you have preferred that?
Anything from you is perfect.
It sounds like something a guy at a host club would say. Still, I'm glad we're able to be here together. I wanted to give my first Valentine's Day chocolate directly to you.
Did I worry you?
What do you think? I've been studying hard. I'm looking to apply to law school. My dream of becoming a police commissioner remains the same. I know I can do it. Especially with your help.
You got this, honor student. I believe in you.
You know that's not me. Can I sit next to you?
Sure.
So, what I really wanted to talk to you about is... You're going back next month, right? What will happen to us?
Why not come with me?
Are you serious? You know, there was a lot I wanted to say, but none of it matters now that we're here together. After all that waiting, living in different places doesn't seem like such a big deal.
Aww.
And I've been waiting for you for so long. I'm not asking too much. Am I?
No, not at all. I spent a romantic evening with Makoto. And we played Sword Art Online together and got trapped there for the next 2 years. No, that is not a joke. Actually, it is. Aha! Misdirection!
Hey.
Alrighty. Well, here we are, the final in-game day. To be honest, I thought for sure we were going to... I thought we were going to have a White Day celebration, but apparently not. Well then. Let's make this nice and quick. Okay, let's go ahead and head outside and not worry about any additional farewell gifts.
Let's go.
Hang on, what's this? No.
Are you really
Yeah, let's go.
It's always
Again, don't worry about the whole farewell gifts thing. I've already accepted them all in my primary save file. There is a reason why I'm not going around saying goodbye to everyone again. And that is, we've already done so in our playthrough, and there's really no need to be redundant. I'm just saying. Also, if you're wondering about that text message Makoto sent us, don't worry about it. Honestly, just don't. I think it's just to further signify that she has a farewell gift for you. And it's the same also holds true for any female romance confidant of which you interacted with throughout the course of your playthrough. If you romanced a particular female confidant, then that person will offer or send you a text message. The only exception to this rule is Samiri, which is super, super strange, at least to me. Why? I really do not know. Now it's time to witness the final ending. AKA the ending I got during my very first playthrough.
My word.
Hello, Yusuke. Good to see you.
Sorry about the weird parking job. The engine just died on us right here.
Hey, Morgana, are you done yet?
Why the heck am I in charge of the car again?
And I thought we were done.
It's fine. We're on break. Exams are done too, right? Come on, why don't you let us drive you home?
You really gotta go?
Unfortunately, he does.
Man, nobody's forcing you to leave, you know? Wiping your slate clean ain't so easy. You see what I mean?
Hello there. Gotta love company.
Slow these days.
Don't mind them. What they think of us doesn't really matter.
Yeah, she's right. We can totally do whatever we want to do.
That was quick.
The car's fixed. Just had to borrow a plug.
Nice job on the first try.
Sweet.
All right, let's roll.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why won't it start? We're gonna lose him.
It was fine just a second ago. Anyways, now that we gotcha, we ain't taking you straight home.
Hey, can I ask something? My friend's in trouble, and I'd like everyone's input.
Ooh, that sounds like fun.
If this is any more work, count me out.
You know you want to, Inari.
I'm getting out.
Why'd you open the whoa?
Let me off.
Stop moving around. Come on,
There we go, folks. Like I mentioned, this is the true ending, but not the absolute true ending that you can get for completing the 3rd semester. And funny enough, when it comes to this ending in particular, or just the 2 true endings you can get in this game, each of them are accompanied by a different ending theme, which is really, really sweet if I do say so myself. As far as the 2 true ending themes, which one do I like better? I can't really say, but I'm honestly leaning towards this particular one right here. And the reason why, it just sounds better to me. But then again, I probably haven't listened to both themes enough to really come up with a concrete decision. Even so, like I said, when it comes to this game in particular, this easily has become one of my favorite games of all time. As far as it being my favorite game, no, not exactly. It's still beaten by many others, but it is definitely in my top 10 favorite games, for sure. And now that I think about it, I think this may be my 5th favorite overall, just because of how much replay value there is in this game. Granted, once you complete the 3rd semester and all, there's not too much left when it comes to experiencing the game in full. But there's still the in-game achievements to go for and all that. But I digress. Still, like I mentioned previously, this has become one of my absolute favorite games, and I really highly recommend that you play the game for yourself. Although if you've watched this playthrough all the way through, then that kind of defeated the purpose. But I'd still recommend you buy it anyway. And if anything, buy Persona 5 Royal over the original Persona 5. Sure, there is a difference between the 2 games, not just mechanically, but also in price tag. Typically, the original Persona 5 goes for much cheaper, for like $20 as opposed to the full $60 of Persona 5 Royal. Is Persona 5 Royal still being sold for $60 nowadays? I'm not too sure. If I have to guess, I'm going to say yes, it is. But there are different editions that you can buy for both Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal. However, that doesn't apply to the physical release of either version. For Persona 5 Royal, there are, I think, 2 or 3 separate editions, as far as I know. There's, of course, the standard edition of the game. The 2nd edition is I think it's called the Kasumi edition or something like that. I'm not too sure, but it includes a few extras and the Kasumi costume pack, which, again, you can't really use until the 3rd semester, which is absolutely absurd and not worth the price tag, in my opinion. And there's also the Ultimate Edition of Persona 5 Royal, which not only includes the base game, but it also includes the costume for Kasumi, several other additional costumes that you can buy. It also includes the Overpowered Persona Pack, which normally goes for like 10 or 12 bucks or so. And that includes, of course, the almighty, all-powerful Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro and 3 other super strong personas as well for early game. So if you want to make this game more trivial than it needs to be, then by all means, splurge out. And if you feel like giving Atlas your credit card just so you can have a chance of defeating Lavenza easier, then by all means, go ahead. That's entirely up to you, though. When it comes to that particular piece of DLC, it's not worth the high price tag of like $10 or so. It's more or so worth $5 at most, which, funny enough, was how much I paid for when it came to that particular piece of DLC earlier in the playthrough. Why? Because that particular piece of DLC went on sale. And when it went on sale, that was a pretty crowning achievement, because it made grinding that much easier, especially when it came to prep work of setting up the save files for both the Twins boss fight and the Lavenza boss fight, respectively. it was well worth the time and effort, and also worth the money, at least in my opinion. Again, it is possible to defeat both the twins and Lavenza without Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro, and people have done it, don't get me wrong. But doing it while playing on Merciless is one of those kinds of challenges where you have an easier time playing through and completing Dark Souls without taking a single hit while blindfolded and playing with your feet. No, seriously, it is that freaking difficult of a boss fight. And even if your chances of winning increase by 0.1% or just 2% at most with Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro, with the right setup and fully maxed out stats, honestly, I'd say it's well worth it, at least to me. Now, as far as the next piece of DLC that's included in the Ultimate Edition of the game, that is the additional battles that you can get for the challenge battles portion of the game within the Velvet Room, where, like I mentioned previously, I think it involves fighting some of the previous protagonists in the older Persona games. Again, I could be wrong in this regard, but I think that's how it works. I think that's what you get with that particular piece of DLC. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, and please enlighten me when it comes to those particular challenges. Maybe it's only the final challenge that includes the protagonist from Persona 4. Maybe, maybe not. I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. I do not want to buy that particular piece of DLC just to show off those fights, as it is not necessarily for one, it's not necessary for one, and two, this playthrough has been going on for long enough as it is. It's the main theme. Neat.
All this ain't feeling real to me just yet. Like, am I in a dream, you know?
I wouldn't mind that.
We're free to do whatever we want, after all.
I guess so. If you want to change the world, all you have to do is just look at it differently. Am I right? And that is what aesthetics are.
If you say so, Ryuji. If you say so. Ooh, what a view. Gotta admit, that is a very convenient sunroof. And the view of the ocean and everything in between is pretty damn fantastic. Also, when I said main theme, I meant the main theme of the original Persona 5. Wake up, get out there. And that's the end. No, seriously, that's the end of the game. After nearly 4.5 hours in this session, everything I wanted to show off in this game is now finally freaking done. So we're going to say no to saving here, just because I've already made multiple save files with multiple instances of cleared save data. So, getting back into the discussion of Persona 5 Royal Ultimate Edition, that particular version of the game, or that edition of the game, costs a whopping $100 as far as I can recall. As far as how often that version of the game goes on sale, it's not very often, but the base version of Persona 5 Royal does go on sale fairly often. By how much? I think it can go down as low as $30. In fact, I think that's how much it was at one point. In fact, I think that's how much it really was at the point where I bought the Izanagi-no-Okami Picaro OP Power Pack, you know what I mean? That set of DLC. So, that's interesting. Alright. Now, the final thing I'm going to mention here are the trophies for Persona 5 Royal. As you can see, I have gotten every single trophy in the game, and when it comes to getting all the trophies, you can theoretically get every single trophy during your first playthrough if you play your cards right. However, it took me 2 full playthroughs in order to get every single trophy. And the reason as to why is because a lot of these trophies, yeah, you will be getting them as you progress through the game naturally. However, when it comes to the final palace, Take Back the Future, and also, I think there's one for completing Dr. Maruki's palace? Is that right? Well, whatever. What I'm trying to say is, in order to get this particular trophy, you do have to complete Dr. Maruki's palace. In other words, you have to unlock the 3rd semester. If you don't do so, then you miss out on this trophy. And looking at the trophy data, this trophy is technically missable. But not completely missable in the point where you're completely locked out. You just have to play through the entire game all over again. But, again, most of the trophies you can earn just by playing through the game. As far as the path chosen in this particular trophy, the description says, watched the ending. In order to get this trophy, you have to achieve one of 3 endings. Either the true ending of the original Persona 5, the absolute true ending, which involves either Akechi being alive or not being alive, or accepting Dr. Maruki's reality. Regardless of which of those 3 endings you get, you'll get this particular trophy. If you get any of the other bad endings, then you will not get this trophy. So keep that in mind. And again, as for the rest of the trophies, they're all pretty straightforward. As far as this one, a most studious disguise, this one I feel like you are required to use a guide in order to get this particular achievement. You just have to ace one of your exams. In other words, get every single question correct, and you have to be at the top of the class. So it also requires you to have a very high knowledge stat. At least level 4 for your best shot. So, there you go. And as far as pure perfection, you just have to maximize every single one of your social stats. Which, in my case, was Guts. However, it's not really displayed here on the trophy properly. That kind of stinks. So, as far as other trophies, you just have to enter a romantic relationship with a confidant for my closest partner. True confidence is maxing out any confidant, whether it be romanceable or not. Which, my first confidant I maxed out was Mishima's. And as far as awakening the Phantom Thieves, you have to get the second awakening for any of your party members. It could be Ryuji on... Actually, no. What this particular trophy entails, evolved a party member's persona. The description of this is super, super vague. It may seem like this trophy is bugged when you've got the second awakening for everyone during your playthrough. What this actually means is you have to get the 3rd awakening of any of your teammates. So, if you unlock the 3rd semester and you talk with Morgana and whatnot, then you'll get this trophy upon getting the his 3rd awakening with Diego. It's really weird how this is worded, and it's honestly super misrepresented. You may think that this trophy is bugged, but trust me, it's not. It's just poorly worded. That's all there is to it. So as far as other achievements are concerned, again, you just have to do basic things like use the grappling hook, execute a baton pass, perform the baton pass as high as you possibly can go, defeat a disaster shadow, trigger a technical hit, obtain a skill accessory from a palace ruler. In other words, you just have to get all the will seeds and have Josei turn it into something super powerful, obtain a treasure demon, perform your showtime attack, whether it be... Although, okay, what I'm saying is, when it comes to getting this trophy, after the tutorial, you will not be awarded the trophy. You just have to execute a showtime after the tutorial. Afterwards, then you get the trophy. It's weird. So as far as the next one, Jose's favorite customer, you just have to trade some flowers for a reward. And same holds true with stamps. You don't have to trade for anything super powerful. Just something basic like a blank skill card will be perfectly acceptable. And you get the trophy that way. The search for power, you just have to fully max out the cognition within mementos thanks to Jose and his stamps. So, what this means is that you have to collect all 150 stamps and fully max out the odds of all 3 categories within mementos, I think. Actually, no. You just have to max out one of the stats, such as items, XP rewards, or money gained. That's according to my screenshot here. So, disregard what I just said earlier. Whoops. So, next is a deviation encounter. This is purely RNG. I'll say that right now. Sometimes you'll get this during your first playthrough, sometimes it might not even happen at all. But keep that in mind. Now, for the Unsurpassed Rebel, you just have to defeat the Reaper, and like I mentioned previously, you just have to defeat him once in Persona 5 Royal in order to get the corresponding trophy. However, for the in-game achievement, you have to defeat him 5 times, just like in the original Persona 5, where you get the trophy for that particular achievement. So keep that in mind. So next, we have the different execution types. And so long as you perform these executions at least once, then you'll get the trophy. Which, yeah, not exactly easy for certain ones, such as the training lockdown thing right here. So, there you go. Next is the LeBlanc Buffer. This one is pretty easy to miss if you don't know where to look. As I've shown off at the very beginning of this playthrough, you can clean LeBlanc and you can get a trophy for it too. And all you have to do in order to get it is, during your first free night that you have available, go into the bathroom by examining the bathroom door within LeBlanc and select the option to clean LeBlanc. You'll raise your kindness stat and you'll also get this trophy. Funny enough, during my very first playthrough, I completely missed out on it because I thought the bathroom door was purely decoration. Way to not check my surroundings, am I right? So as far as the next one, we just have to work at a part-time job, score a hit at the batting cages. You don't have to hit a home run, just score a hit. Getting the vapors. So as far as this particular trophy is concerned, what's interesting about it is you have to enter the hot spring during certain periods of time. And I think it's the periods of time when it's raining, where the old man sitting in the tub will crank up the heat so exponentially much that Joker is next to wiped. So in other words, he's completely burned. And as far as this trophy is concerned, you just have to play the lottery and then check your ticket. You'll win every time and you'll get this trophy as a result, regardless of the payout. Just saying. Going against the crane, you just have to win a single prize within the crane game and you get the trophy. Trash into treasure, you just have to sell some old clothes at the secondhand store in Kichijoji. After you do that, you'll get the trophy. And this is regardless of how much you get for your clothes. Dart Slinger, you just play a single game of darts. And this is outside of the tutorial via cutscene land. So if you come back here willingly, then you get this trophy. Hustler's Joy is the same sort of deal. After the initial tutorial of playing darts for the first time in Penguin Sniper, if you return and decide to play billiards, then you get this trophy. And as far as this is concerned, you just have to spend a single night at Jazz Club in order to get this trophy. Super easy. Since a serene experience, you just have to visit the temple. For this one, you just have to customize a gun. Doesn't matter what kind of customization it is. It could be shit, or it could be something super powerful. Doesn't matter. Customize the gun at least once, and bada bing bada boom, trophy is yours. Angler's Debut, you just have to fish at the fishing pond at least once. After you do so, you have to catch a fish. It could be any fish. It doesn't matter what kind of fish it is. Any fish will do. Once you catch a single fish, then you get the trophy. Masters of Akihabara. This one is rather peculiar. You have to order from the special menu at the Maid Cafe. In order to do this, you have to spend enough time and money at the Maid Cafe to earn enough stamps to fill out your stamp card. Once you do this and then visit the Maid Cafe one more time, you'll be able to order a free item from the special menu. After you do this, then you will get this trophy, which, funny enough, I think this was the very last trophy that I got during my playthrough in order to get the Platinum Trophy. In fact, yes it was. On February 22nd, 2021. So it's been well over a year since I've gotten every single trophy in this game. But yeah, that's all the trophies in Persona 5 Royal. Overall, as far as difficulty is concerned, most trophies are very easy to get your hands on, and theoretically it's possible to get every single one during your first playthrough if you know what you're doing. But don't be ashamed if you feel like you have to spend another playthrough to get your hands on some trophies. Seriously, there's no shame in that whatsoever. But with that, folks, Persona 5 Royal is now finally freaking done. 44 sessions of this game, and the deed is finally done after nearly 5 hours of streaming. Holy shit. But yeah, we're done. On to the next game. This is General Snivy with Persona 5 Royal, aka the Persona 5 Royal playthrough. Thank you all so much for watching, and if you were able to attend the live stream live, thank you for attending, and I hope you all enjoyed the playthrough as much as I did playing through the game. The next game I'm going to be playing, of course, is going to be Super Mario Sunshine. As far as when I'm going to be getting to it, it'll be probably within the next week or two. Why? Because I kind of want to spend the remaining days doing some Banjo-Kazooie speedruns. Maybe. We'll see how things play out. But yeah, I will be getting into Mario Sunshine soon enough, and that's going to be a whole bucket of fun when we get to it. Hope you're all looking forward to that. Anywho, thank you all once again so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. See you all next time.